Senson here, multimedia, multidisciplinary artist. You're welcome.
Yeah. Talk about your art space.
Yeah. So I'm also the founder of the Senson Art Space. It's also a multidisciplinary space that hopes to bring a synergy between still the arts or the different genres, but also to connect with the community and with young people. And also I think the space intends to connect that gap between elitism and what you would call music right now bachiyita omuntu wa wansi. I'll give you an example. We have musicians. We have what they call Chidandali musicians, and I'll be very blunt with this. And then there is the sophisticated kind of Afrofusion, Sandra Sudi and Morris Kiria and all these other, and so. But I feel art is art. So artists can learn from musicians. So-called low-end musicians can learn from high-end, or low-end musicians can learn from artists. I mean, if you look at creating culture, and I've always talked to Chameleon, I'm sorry, but omuntu nga Chameleon ne waiwa waimide, if artists can tap into that energy, ebintu album, even something as simple as an album cover being done by an artist, that's part of the culture that for posterity, creating this history. Why would they just get a picture from sometimes the internet and wherever? So that gap, and then also to try and demystify the whole concept of elitism and art. Because I remember I've done work for Morris Kiria, but also because he's placed himself in that line. But why wouldn't I get a call from Sebata, for instance? That comes because there is a disconnect. So if we can have these spaces where all these people can still come and interact and share ideas without necessary. And it's also another thing that happened, maybe I can talk about it, the elitism of academia, where you find that a person like Paul Kafero and his literature and his poetry, in terms of Makerere University, it might not be considered as poetry or as storytelling as we know it. So he might be discriminated against, or you don't find this literature in academia as reference. In fact, today you're talking about the scanty information and also the lack of a lot of literature on African or Ugandan or East African art. It's because of this disconnect, because Paul Kafero was looked at as someone who's not going to school, probably has not even reached P7. So the people at the university, for instance, feel he's not the type that the students should learn from. Yet you might find that in terms of language, in terms of culture, in terms of knowledge base, and he's the type that even professors should be learning from, even music students should learn from. So in my little I thought that because I also been a bit in music, especially hip-hop music, and so I thought that the so-called ghetto kids or rappers from the ghetto, if they interact, if a rapper met, let's say Dr. Cheine at a function, Uganda Lutugata, it has nothing to do with what get Amanorism. But if that it can spark a slight conversation, you can imagine what could happen. The rapper yawa ghetto na yogera kuni Dr. Cheine, hey Dr. Cheine na vayo jari. I'm not saying you are good, but enough na that conversation it's hey bana mukola bichi. Tiye tukuba rap, nkali nkubiramu rap awo tuwulire. Ojja kwesanga the language and lyrical level and also maybe they need encouragement or that conversation can begin. And it's been happening a bit, but it's still really at that level. I think that was the most important thing really for the space. But it doesn't, and also brings in all these conversations really, because we hold a couple of talk shows, some formal, some informal, but I think it's a meeting point and kind of I think should be, especially for young people. Because I mean we know 75% are below 35. So Makerere University, especially the School of Art, is almost unreachable in terms of young people, that energy. Because I usually go to the school, and you almost see the same faces, but you don't, and maybe the students, but you don't see these people in what you would call the informal art space.
Yes.
They don't usually come, even at AfriArt. They don't, even at my space. It's just that I try to invite them because I know there is that space there that, and that ties into the whole, the bigger picture of if art is going to grow. And I think that's why the music, because you'll find even so-called intellectuals, so-called corporates, still listen or know every catalog of Paul Cafe. Because there is no distinction per se. It's really the message. It's really the artistry, the poetry. And I think that's what also should be. That art is this language that everyone should be able to assimilate and appreciate without necessarily saying, so that disconnect, and I always to get a nepo ndemanti katugolozo oli wakabi naye bwogenda ku street walino gamba omanyi pondema oba omanyi muziri ejeno tebamanyi but ekyo atete si kyamanyi naye ekyamanyi nti oli ayinza okubanga amanyi waaka at least ne waba takumanyi naye ngaamanyi waliwo waaka bweziti naye ne waaka tebazimanyi nti bw'obuuza Ugandan art kati oli tasobola kubuulira era by the way, and this is another thing, bamanyi Mr. Nyanzi.
Yes, who was supposed to be with us.
Yeah, so bachaga kati mukola ne Mr. Nyanzi. I meet people and I go, ojogende wa Mr. Nyanzi akuyambeko ye artist okiraba. So that's the art they know. Also, but the chukulaga because art Mr. Nyanzi for many years was on UBC. I think he had a show. Yes. He was there and he would show his work and he's willing. If you all know, Mr. Nyanzi tatya kwogera ku art we. I think it's also the school system. Tebakubuulira okwogera ku art becomes taboo almost. You should let people art define itself, and it's also kind of elitist. So because abantu basobola kwogerera, yet art should really be in the subconscious, in the collective memory of our society, but also of our people. Yeah, so thanks.
Is it there for about a year and a half now?
The space.
The space is actually 2018. Yeah.
And so far, how have you? What ground have you covered in terms of what your aspirations are?
For the young people, yes, we try, especially because there is also that other bit where there are not as many spaces.
Yes.
They don't have to be formal because this is also a space we are meeting. But and then also, so I was looking at when we are leaving university, still there is no spaces. And also the spaces that were there, I mean, there was no more gallery, I think pretty that, and then Tulifanya. So those were also very specific and intentional.
And also you guys gave me my first exhibition.
Yeah, so the idea was leaving university, so how can young people, we probably with you try to get their first exhibition or their first experience or experimentation. No one is going to do that. And it's not really like it's a profit, like, okay, let's make this exhibition to make money, because definitely few people still invest, want to buy work of young artists. But so we started with part of it, exhibiting young people, probably just living in university, so they have never had a solo exhibition. The core concept is really like this young person, and I've seen it, if you give them an exhibition, first of all, they are excited. But the other thing is they will invite their friends. In fact, if you see the pictures I've been cataloging, you see new faces, but all of them are young people. Because, hey, I have this exhibition, they are excited, so they will tell everyone. And with social media, they will invite their friends, and they have your schoolmates or whatever, and all those are catered for, so they will all want to come. So that's the first one. Of course, we've also had a bit of talk shows, which are a bit interesting, and also poetry sessions. We've done 3. We want to be as more open as possible, but of course the dynamics, the logistics, because these are not necessarily money-making ventures, but we also think that eventually as people come in, maybe they can sustain themselves. But poetry, we've done a bit. Hip-hop, there was still disorganization in hip-hop in general, because my first programming really was poetry, spoken word, because that's where I come from, but also hip-hop, which are also where I come from. So those we've done maybe 2 sessions, but there's still disorganization in hip-hop. And I don't know if you guys feel it in terms of the Ugandan music. You don't hear hip-hop. It's because, of course, I understand some of the situations that these are young people, and hip-hop has its own aesthetics, and it's what we are talking about, I talked about earlier. Its own ethos, it's a cultural movement, so people want to stick to that. But sometimes in struggle, we choose, so kakibadde kyaliawo nga tugezaako okulaba how we can reorganize. Dorothy are managing a space, so she's been handling a bit of this other music, Afro Soul fusion, but also bringing on these other. But I've seen it really, it can work. I think it's simple is which I will keep moving and look at many ways of partnership. So if we don't keep practicing and we are driven by the money, nothing will happen, really. Yeah, so it's really just that.
Wow. Thank you for that very elaborate introduction. We'll go to Jackson.
Yes. Now use Uganda and English. Yeah, Jackson. I work with Africa Creations. We are based in Entebbe. Mainly our group as youths as we are coming up, because when I was leaving my country, I went for a diploma, but when I was leaving it to join the art field, it was not easy. And when I came to the field to try to see where can I start from, I found out there are some other youth friends that had finished university, like Michael Dyer, and there was Chige Marvin. So I was like, should we be doing something? And it was sometimes a struggle between us to see how we can survive and incorporating some other fellows who do the same as we do. So in that way, we decided to start up a group, Africa Creations, and we are still growing in. As you know, it is a process. Can't just come in one day as you like. So always inviting those if you're interested, whether you're 20 years or 50 years, given that you are interested in art, you come, we share the little we have, and at the moment we are just in the passage of still learning more, because you know it is it is a journey, it is a practice. You might come today, you know nothing but interested in art, but as you practicing, there is much you have to learn and endure. So in that process, we are still also growing. And at the process, and at the moment, I'm an undergraduate student at Chambogo University. I went back to upgrade for a degree, and I'm hoping for more. Yeah.
What does Bafrika?
Bafrika. Mainly what we do, okay, when you know we are born again, and we take this as an opportunity. We take it as an opportunity, like giving thanks to God, because you know this is talent. Like we didn't call for it, but it called for us. Like we have to give back. So that's why you see we invite other more artists who are interested in what we are doing, and mainly we have things that we work with. We want to look at the African life. We want to look at the African culture, though there are some information that sometimes lack, because you know sometimes information these days you might get maybe secondary information, but there is that information that we are now trying to go that you find first information maybe from the elders, maybe to inquire maybe how did the people in the past used to operate, like how was the life for them, did they do art, if it is business, how did they do it. So in that way, we try to portray them in our works. Yeah.
Thank you. You go like this? Okay.
She came last night.
Okay. I'm Fogwade Joachim, and I'm a visual artist. I work primarily on materials. Currently, I'm really excited about some things, and I'm trying out very many different things. I'm leaving art school by the end of this year, and I'm just getting to terms with being an artist.
Me.
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. My God. Yeah, and it's a very special invitation. I've never participated in this kind of thing here in Kampala, maybe somewhere else. But anyway, my name is Gateja, and I'm a multimedia artist. I'm particularly interested in materials that we live with, that are around us, that have character. You know, wood, paper is what I'm specializing in, but it's related to wood, it's related to fiber, it's related to all sorts of the environment. I'm really keen on that. So my art it involves me looking around and looking at what is around me and creating using paper or other materials, particularly bark cloth. I've worked with bark cloth ever since I started art, which was way back in the 80s. Yeah. No, 70s. Yeah. I suppose the rest we shall discuss.
Okay. Yes.
My name is Trevor Mkwoli. I'm a photographer. I also curate exhibitions, and I research and write the topics of decolonization and art history. I have a website where I publish, and I've also realized exhibitions at Zenson's Space. They gave me my first show in 2018, Look 1, And as my friends, they also having their first group show. I was having my first exhibition as curator, and ever since that, I've continued to put up exhibitions and write.
I've never had that photographer.
I was in Kampala at Biennale
Ah,
2018. That
okay.
was my debut as a photographer.
Okay.
So now I just do it for fun.
Okay.
I'm Latoya Jadeko. I am a visual artist, although I'm not experimenting with sound. I'm interested in decolonization and also like the material dichotomy in particular. And I co-founded Afro-Christian Art Space. Well, yeah, we call it a co-art space, but really we function as a collective. And it's just a space for artists who are pushing the material inquiry, so using maybe materials in new and interesting ways, or doing experiments with them, and those who are also trying to experiment with new media, and sort of bringing those two together, so how those two can function in the same space. Yeah, that's me.
Hi, my name is Jim Joel. I'm a human being before everything else. And I think I take it professionally as trained as an accountant. I still practice it in my daily life, not professionally. Hi, my name is Jim Joel. I'm a human being before everything else. And I think I take it professionally as trained as an accountant. I still practice it in my daily life, not professionally. But should I say poetically, or what I'm interested in a lot is art, from seeing it and everything. I can't define myself as an artist because I feel like if I define myself that way, I might limit myself. But I'm interested in architecture, I'm interested in spaces. I've already been around here, small places, and I'm already interested in how people use space and how this relates to them and how they navigate the different people in the family. But not only at a small scale, but at a larger scale. I'm interested in archives a lot. I'm interested in history. I'm collecting so many archives and try to put stories together. My current project, I'm investigating about cinemas in Uganda and how they influenced us at personal levels and at a wide level. And along my research, I've realized music was integrated with cinema in one way or another. Then you realize the Congolese and all these people coming into our art spaces. That was more because of, yeah, it was the music, but it was also because of the available architecture at the moment and spaces where they could express themselves. So there are those thin lines that I like investigating that people tend to miss out on, because it all goes back to my personality, from profession to passion. It's a thin line, and like what Zenson said, when I left campus, the first thing was like, Jim, go out to the back. I cannot be behind the desk 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. It would kill me. And like him also, I remember, to this day I'm still at loggerheads with my father because I walked out of such an opportunity. And yet, when I walked into my profession, I got to meet most of his people, he's also an academician. I got to meet most of his counterparts at different circles, and whenever they would mention his name, I would silently laugh. I'm like, should I tell this guy? Like, no, that is my story for another day. But now for we, there's a question I asked Joaquin the moment I got in here. For we who weren't trained at school, what's the purpose of this modern art? When we are studying about other artists, Benins and all that, yet our own curriculum. Because I went through most of our curriculum, we do not have specific course units about our own artists here. Yet we have legends in this room. There's one who was mentioned here in Iraa, and I think that's the art piece I came with. But why are these integrated? Or are we still in the curriculum and just like the one of geography of Canadian prairies? Are we still in that era? Why don't we have curriculum set for people who are Zula, you know? Why don't we have curriculum that integrates Uganda? And my mom was Ugandan, so most of my art projects have that Uganda aspect to it. Why don't we have such curriculums that integrate our own local language? Because I believe language is also another way we understand or we communicate all our spaces are. Now just that name, that is the whole historical aspect of it. And we just think of it as Nalumunje, but we haven't explored it. It's like watch Kawempe by Kawempe. At least I know my area, why we call it Kawempe. It comes from Kakongo, from Biwempe, from why saying where we went, at least I know my place. The moment they said Nalumunje, what plant is that? That should be a plant or a herb or a totem or something. So my mind is already thinking that, well, okay, let me just make it a note of it. But how are we going to use art to pass on our traditions, our own culture? Or are we still going to modern art? What if we do it the other way around? How do we pass on our own Dalumunyans to our own cultures and cultures people have done all those PhD courses? So it's still, as I said, I'm still a human being. I'm using art, what people call art, to express all these questions I have in my mind. And I last came to this group in January. What I like about it, it has that African context to it, the Granary. And to me, it is food. For green food. That's African context to it. So, and I've realized, if you notice the video we're watching, the majority, the people who helped us get to understand art, the white man, they had their own narrative. Not that we should counter it, but how do we?
Should counter it.
Yeah, not that we should counter it, but how do we build upon it?
No, we should counter it.
How do we counter it? By building upon
You
it.
don't have to build upon it. That's the whole aim of decolonization. You can just start afresh. You're a human being.
And starting afresh, that takes a lot of.
You assume it takes a lot of, but have you considered that that's how you have been conditioned
That
to continue colonialism? Because like you said again, it's important that you said you're a human being with interests and diverse interests at that. You're able to start again after you finished accounting.
Yeah.
Why can't you start again to build archives?
But I think also starting again means you disregard including countering. You black out.
Such curriculums that integrate our own local language. Because I believe language is also another way we understand or we communicate all our spaces are. What's the book? Nalumunye. Now just that name, that is the whole historical aspect of it. And we just think of it as Nalumunye, but we haven't explored it. It's like Katwan watch by Nalumunye. Watch Kawempe by Kawempe. At least I know my area, why we call it Kawempe. It comes from Kakumu, from Biwempe, from why saying where we went, at least I know my place. Nekatse Nalumunye. The moment they said Nalumunye, what plant is that? That should be a plant or a herb or a totem or something. So my mind is already thinking that, okay, let me just make it a note of it. But how are we going to use art to pass on our traditions, our own culture, or are we still going to modern art? What if we do it the other way around? How do we pass on our own Talumonians to our own cultures, like how these people have done all those PhD courses? So it's still, as I said, I'm still a human being. I'm using art, what people call art, to express all these questions I have in my mind. And I last came to this group in January. What I like about it, it has that African context to it, the Granary. And to me, there's food. People bring food. That's African context to it. So, and I realized, if you notice the video we're watching, the majority, the people who helped us get to understand art, the white man, they had their own narrative. Not that we should counter it, but how do we? Yeah, not that we should counter it, but how do we build upon it?
We should counter it.
How do we counter it? By building upon
You
it.
don't have to build upon it. That's the whole aim of decolonization. You can just start afresh. You're a human being.
And starting afresh, that takes a lot of.
You assume it takes a lot of, but have you considered that that's how you have been conditioned to continue colonialism? Because like you said again, it's important that you said you're a human being with interests and diverse interests at that. You're able to start again after you finished accounting.
Yeah.
Why can't you start again to build archives?
But I think also starting again means you disregard everything, including countering. You black out the comma,
Yes.
and or someone gain their memory, or
Now that's the
no
point.
count. So this might even demystify the concept of decolonization. I don't think we need to go into that now, because decolonizing you're still playing into that trap or that energy, trying to fight it or whatever. So you just black out, and if that's why
you consider what they have built, or you will just start on the fresh.
Well, it also depends. I don't think they built anything. Our history has been here for millennia. It's just that they try to tell our story, and if we are conscious enough, we can say, okay, let's tell our story, and we take it at that.
But then, so to say they have not built anything is disingenuous. I mean, we are watching the whole art canon, which is modernism, postmodernism, contemporary art, and most of us within this have been fitted somewhere there. Like most of us have been slaughtered. Like Sana is described now as a contemporary artist when his works go to fair. You are described as a contemporary artist.
No. But the other thing is, really, and I know we shouldn't go into this debate, but why I say you black out, even the nomenclature, just the term art, it means we also throw it out of the window and begin to say, what is this thing? Because as far as I know, we didn't have art per se. Art is a term that was imposed on us, or that was, even in Uganda, there is no specific term for art, or art teaching. It's non-existent. And it's the same, I go back to hip hop, the same concept of hip hop. Hip hop is a term that just came up. Like art comes up. In fact, it's like today I always talk about the whole concept of, they are bringing it a lot in art, the South.
The global south.
Global South. What the hell does that mean? Global South. You know? So,
It means what?
No. It's a term that is amplified, more like also racism.
Everybody else.
Racism.
That's not.
These are terms that are brought, obviously, to derail you a bit, but also to canonize you, put you in a certain box. And so even the term art is questioning. You leave alone contemporary African art or whatever, but even the term art itself is questioning. So we can decide to say, okay, we define what we do. But also, I don't think you can also define that. Because if you look at the history of, for instance, most of the poetry was, our history was really in the palace. So there was not necessarily even the music. It's just that after some time the music went out of the palace. So to even begin to say contemporary music or music, ekigambo omuyimbi, abayimbi, abatontomi, okutontoma, what does it mean okutontoma? Does it mean poetry, spoken word? Okwevuga. It's beyond a term like poets. So, and if we are really tulina okusalawo nti okekale bino, but it's a long, era nga bwe tugamba nti decolonization, but tumaze emyaka kantwalenga religion. Abasajja abajja wano bajja 18
It's been 66 years.
18 something, Mapeera we yajja.
Since his
18
establishment.
18 Mapeera we bajja. So those are almost the same kind of years tetulina bwe tuba tusazeewo, ate nga tulina okikola mu ngeri ya revolution, naye nga tewali agenda kukkiriza revolution. Of course nga bw'obimanyi resources n'abantu luli nga bwe baali, kugamba mwe abasomye olugezigezi mulina lungi, so ate abamu temwagala akantu kokofunyeewo bakatwale. I remember, I tell you, bear witness, battles ezaaliwo ebintu bya bianali and nti woyogerako obwogezi already you blacklisted. Yes, okwogera ku kintu. How about then Northern Revolution? First of all, as an African, and it has happened not just in arts, but also in politics. African leaders post-independence abagezaako to really emancipate and empower their people. Bonna baabata, Sankara, Lumumba, bani, America, FBI, because they are trying to work in abantu balabe, So, kumanya ibwo osazeewo kikyokola ki ky'ogendamu.
Jim, please finish your introduction.
Amplified by that countering beat. I'm at that point in life. I'm like, okay, fine. The deeper I go into the archives, different places, the ones with my careers, the ones that I realize, yes, these people did a good thing, bad to dedicate, but they're under different narratives. So how do we, that's why I say, do we build upon that? Because given our own, even just our own ecosystem, our temperatures and all that, those archives would not have survived. I was at the National Archive. If you see just the Ginger City archives, in exhibition and all that, we were not good keepers of paper documents and all that, but we're good keepers of oral. So how do I match this? And not, when I say I don't want to build upon what these people, not like I have to build upon what they have built so far. But at the same time, the narrative, maybe what I've decolonized or disintegrated the narrative. So for my current project, I have an exhibition at Senana. It's about cinemas and how, and this all talk about Watoto and everything going around that play. Whereby
Changing the building.
changing the building at Senana itself on the stores of Nabera. Because I need to integrate. So Chagambe, how do you bring them into these art spaces so that they also feel like it's not elitist, that art is only for Zenson Space, Afri-Art, Uganda Museum. The times double Genoa border, you all try it when you're going to the Uganda Museum. Hey, what kid is that? This is yours. Yes.
Where you get
No, I just wanted to.
Yeah. So I like that. So to me, I'm moving a bit away from putting my productions in these art places. Not that I'm against them or what, but how do I draw inspiration? How do I bring them on the Motuwa Joe or Wawansi so that we all artists tuchinam twinoche okwezu.
Unless you're going to your audiences, the galleries have their audiences, the museums have their audiences that have been constructed over time, given towards their priorities. And you also go into your audiences.
Yeah, and I think also the work defines for you its
Audience, yes.
Yeah.
That's why you're going to say Nana. And you have thought about what kind of audience will see it there. And for me, the most important thing is what you have, the intention. Once you think about the fact that you want these people to see their work, you start thinking of ways for them to see their work.
At the same time, how do you, and I still have so many questions, but
I have an example when I was doing my solo exhibition with that man, Wamala. So he does portraits, and the question was, who can we show this work that would appreciate it the most? And so he said, go to Kaberamaido, and reached Kaberamaido. And there's not been a gallery in Kaberamaido, there's not been a structure for wake up to come and see art. And the question is, with the resources we have, how can you create this experience? And that's the part of going to your audience. So we may have constructed the structure of papyrus to host the exhibition and invited the people. And gave really good feedback on the work and engaging with it with Amala. But I think that experience just taught me that even what Zenson has said, it's just knowing the audience. The reason why Zenson Art Space is in Kamoj, the reason why Zenson would go out and post and invite these people is that to expand our audiences, we have to know them and know the constraints they face. And like, because it's clear, you know that the gallery has constraints that these people also will feel from getting in, and also the gallery letting them in. And then you start to brainstorm. But I think the most important thing is what you have, just thinking about it. Just saying, I want this particular audience to connect with this work. For me, I've already succeeded if you have that thought.
yeah, so that's move 40. That's
Well, I'm very happy to be here. One of the most important. I've been painting all my life. I've been asking all these questions, these different media and different places offers different things. And then I go to learn about it and then find a way to express myself in the whole thing. What comes naturally to me, material, where I am. I just paint for myself, hoping that someone will like it. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. That's okay. One of the things I like most about this, because I lived there for a long time, I don't get to be nourished by thoughts, especially of young people, and where they are coming from, and what drives them. So thank you so much, Mr. Chen, for giving me this chance. Now, this is so very interesting. Everybody has had a point of view, and where they are coming from, and what inspired them. It may not necessarily, you don't have to agree with the other person. Only concentrate on yourself, and then the other things will work out.
Thank you.
I just want to learn some details about your time in Nairobi and then back but then you still maintain networks in Nairobi and still in contact with Nairobi, but you live in Uganda and so on and so forth. How has that affected your activities?
Because I've been all this whatever narrative here, I've missed out. I personally don't know many people. I know him, I know you. So I missed out on how people form their opinion. Where in Nairobi I was very active, I was teaching in schools, I was teaching everywhere. Now here, that type of thing has not. A lot of people still go to Nairobi to sell their paintings. But I missed out on all this narrative and how young people think, what drives them, where they take their work, why they take it there, why they do what they do. I went yesterday when I went to his studio. He didn't talk very much. He was just happy to be there, and I was so happy. I said, I don't know this studio, the artists here don't share as much. I remember Dr. Jane was wanted to interview me, and I said no. He said, "I come to your house." I said no. Until I come to yours, let's go to your studio. And is that true?
Yeah, that's correct.
So that kind of thing. So
But eventually I came to your house.
But,
Eventually I came to your house.
but no, I had, when I first came back,
Yeah.
I invited a whole lot of people from
Yeah, indeed.
to my house. They never invited me back.
No.
And then when you haven't been formed a relationship with them, it's very difficult. And most young people think they can form a relationship with a gallery or a space. You have to form your relationship. Get interested in each other's work, critique it, don't destroy it. But for me, as it is, because I've been doing it a long time, it doesn't matter whether someone likes it or not. And that comes from sharing with people. They can criticize it. That gives me a chance to grow.
I just want to mention East Africa. I suppose when you went to Kenya, you used East African money.
That's much later.
I don't remember. Yes,
I did.
Oh,
I
Yes,
paid
yeah,
my railway with East African money.
yes.
There was no customs, and it was quite. So what I'm trying to say is that Nairobi became a home artist. I know Nyanzi, Sekanwaji, and many others, Lumu, and yourself, and myself, who was in Mombasa,
Yes.
Kenya. Kenya became a home for us. And Mombasa, Dar es Salaam was also somehow linked, but because of the politics
Yes.
of
In
socialism, there was, and we didn't really want to go very much to Dar es Salaam, except people like Intiro, who were there running workshops, people like Katarikawe. They went there and they did some workshops, and he came and flourished. So East Africa was feeding artists quite a lot at that time.
There's another thing also, which a lot of Uganda artists have some kind of academic background. And during the time when I was in Nairobi, people just walked off the street and started painting. And then that's a very specific, and it didn't seem to matter. People took it in. So, but now, so that's the period. Now in Kampala, I've noticed, in fact, yesterday I went at this place. They are all like, some of the artists in Kenya couldn't even speak English.
There was a time talking about I want to add it to the youth. There was an exhibition in Nairobi in the City Council,
Yes.
City Hall.
Yeah.
When this is a long time ago, Margaret Kenyatta was mayor, and then they wanted to see Kenyan artists who, what they did, they wanted to see the young Kenyan artists bring your work. People came from slums, people came from around, and these were young, and they brought their art. The exhibition was closed in 2 days, 3 days. I attended the exhibition. I didn't have work there, but the Kenyan council and the government people said, no, this is not Kenyan art, because they were expecting tame children of the new generation of Kenyan post-colonial. These were revolutionaries, painting real life, people painting what was really in their hearts, and eyes dripping blood and things like that. No. The Mau Mau, no.
Wow.
So there still seemed to be that attitude in our mindsets, in our colonial. So we don't want to see the truth. Yeah, anyway, the exhibition was closed. I don't know whether you attended.
Sophie, should we jump in? Sorry, go there. Okay.
No, I can start. Then we go back. So, hi, everybody. My name is Sandra Subi. I practice both in the visual and performing arts. Performing, yeah, any agility. But elitist, that was sensitive. Anyway, but I think what I really love currently, so I'm interested in a number of topics. I'm very interested. Currently, my work is bending more towards like a conversation around women, our practices, our lives, especially like the like as if domestic nature of our lives, like the things we do. Interesting things like ironing and washing and sewing and like what is our life, and the thing that really sort of got me into that conversation is a work of mine called Samba Gum, and it's just been I keep saying that I feel I really have become the first audience to my work, because I've learned that once you produce a work, like it has its own life, and it really starts to tell you where it wants to go and what it wants to do and what it is, you know. So it's best you listen, otherwise you will be in your own mix. But I've really appreciated how it also has brought the performing arts, the work that I do as a performer, and my visual art together. It's like becoming very seamless, and I really love that. I also think that it's a very powerful tool when you're making work and you're very passionate about public space, you know. And I'm also learning that public, also like now with Iraa, is not just the audience, it is also we who put on these exhibitions. Like, you know, yeah, the public is a very extended realm, like, and maybe sometimes for me, I had always seen it in a very specific, you know, lens. And so my practice is really open. I'm now, you know, I'm working with Dr. Chaino on this project, and I'm really learning how important it is for all these things to really, like, you know, weave into each other, and how important it is for us to, as you say, Teresa, you know, to really know about what we are doing, like what is each other's practices. Sometimes it's like the more you know, the more clear it is what you're trying to do, you know.
And you also have a stimulant when you put in the other people.
Yeah.
You perform so when there is no stimulant, for example, one of the biggest things in Africa, a child born today cannot see a piece of art. It's outside. Talking about colonialism, taking our work. That is one of the biggest, saddest things we have. Every time someone does something, the people come abroad, they buy it, they take it. Now, the newest thing in Europe, after you can have your collection, you go to the museum, they put up and say, I have work. Then you sell it. So now it will be a long time before our actual get to see any work. They will get up and go, and they don't know. They can't see it. Where?
Yeah. It's true, and it's also happening now that many times, if you're not doing studio visits, you know, you will only see people's work on like Instagram or and then learn it was sold off to. I think it happened for us like at Linda's home when we did the Iraa session, that you would see some of these works like over a fellow, you know, and you're like, wow, I'd only seen this work online. Right? It's really nice to see it in person and experience it. But I also think that I guess that's one of the strengths of spaces like this, because we are writing our own narratives. We are also inviting each other into how we are thinking, which is really special, and questioning together, you know. I think that's very important. I think I'm learning, you know, that presence is a very powerful thing. I think all we have, you know, like recently we went to visit Sana and he was sharing his story and I was like, wow. Then we visited Keva Sempanji and he was sharing, I was like, what, you know? But we have all this thing, like these people are here, but we do not know because we're just not present with them, right? And maybe sometimes it's also that they don't know how to be present with us, you know? But also us and them, also, you know why?
I think also the gap, the generational gap.
Yeah.
But also importantly, what she talked about, most artists today are also thinking in the West. They're already thinking how they are going to sell their work there. So that's a very, and we talk about it, especially young artists. Their head is there.
The reason why
I won't name it.
African people buy radios,
Yes.
Instagrams, that's what they find, that's the aim was a car.
But I think that's a wrong mindset because, I mean, come to think about it, you talked of Sempanji. How many young artists know Dr. Kefa Sempanji? Because that's where it starts from. But then you will find that if you mention Kefa, like 5 young artists, they will even brush it off, you know, because someone is selling a painting at 5,000 and maybe 10,000, so now they feel they are probably even bigger or they have these airs. So I think it's important to begin to look at posterity, because like you say, all the work is going away, but but the money is paper, really. America, the bank can print money in a flash. But these works that are going, I mean, not that we shouldn't sell, but we have to also be careful and think about posterity and the future of the future generation of the art we're creating. Because this art is, at the end of the day, is what adds to the collective memory of humanity.
Maybe someday the collectors will start selling artworks to governments.
The curator, he talked about a very interesting phenomenon that is happening. He said the last time the interior work was shown was in 67. He said until then it has not been, so it's in the dumps, you know, like
It's warehouse.
yeah, and the chances that it will come out maybe in the next 100 years, you know, as they keep collecting. So that's already is a disservice, because obviously we don't have access, but then also that's history, that's our culture, that, you know. So I think it's important right now as we look at the sentimentality, the capitalistic sentimentality. We think, and this is why, I mean, a person like Kefa, really, how many people really.
But would you put burden of knowing Kefa Sempanji on young artists, or on the systems that should support Kefa Sempanji to be known by young artists? You sort of like imagine that this discovery happens organically, but there are also factors that cut out young people, especially from spaces that don't have this exposure, from getting to these discourses.
It's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way street.
I think so, yeah, because we must be intentional.
It has to be amplified from where the source
Why
is.
can't young people go and have to school? Why can't you hire a place like Google? They can go there and put vegetables and chairs. Why can't they say once a year you can invite all the schools? They don't even have to buy furniture. They can bring the furniture like you have clothes, they can put it on paint and clothes. There's no such thing.
Yeah, I guess my just like final point was just about presence and the fact that and the fact, to finalize that, and the fact that we really have to, I want to call it fight, to keep practicing in our most honest, true selves. I think there is a key in that. It's not rocket science. I just think we all have like experiences that when we do create the work that we're creating, they come out, whether you want it or not. It's like it happens, right? Because if you're trying to be as honest as possible, and I believe that before we get into like logistical elements, I think if work is true, it creates its own space. It starts to like, it gets its audience. It's, you know, it's that, but we must first bring it to life, I guess. Yeah, which I feel is what, yeah. So I guess with that also, I really like that there's a certain trajectory right now where we all somehow are thinking about our studios and others, you know, creating space for others. And so I am in that process. It's a continuous process because I've really tried to work out how to balance it with my own practice, which also becomes a, you know, the question around responsibility and right, and why it's also important for collaboration, like I've seen, you know, that Iraa, you know, that there is also a strength when we have certain ownership for this thing, and it doesn't become a thing whereby we think someone should do something that's not, you know, Samson having his own space and putting his own money. If you really, at some point, yeah, she can't show something. But above that, really, I think for me, one of the things, even as I started this space called Buka in Bulova, is speaking to people like Bruno and just learning that, you know, it starts with your own practice. So have your own space, start working, and invite people if they would like, you know, to work. So one of the key things I've been doing, which was also where this space started from, is as we make work, you know, many times as sculptors particularly, where is a space where we can experiment, like build sculptures on water, you know, where is a space where we can try to hang things, and you know, you're not first doing it for the festival or for the commission, but you have a place to experiment. I remember I would do saying I want to make 1,000 TVs, you know, but where can I like install them and see them before I show them in some gallery, wherever that will be, because what gallery can handle a work of that, you know? So being able to, for me, it was those questions that sort of bathed me thinking about this space, and really they come from my own practice. I've made work. The festival is over. Where are we going to take it? It's literally 4 meters, 8 meters big, you know, where are we taking it? And luckily also having parents, because as a woman, it's always a dynamic of your parents. But for me at least, being able to have a place to have this work for myself before everyone else, you know? Yeah, so questions around that, like, I reach out to a lot of artists, I see them show their work somewhere, and I ask them, where are you going to keep it after? You know, and the desire is, can we have a sculpture park? Can we have a space to come see this work? But also the dynamics of what's, you know, good relations. How are we thinking about that? Because when you come into, you know, different elements of colonialism, it's like pollution, and is really colonialism. And all these things are just reinventing themselves in one way or another. So how are we creating space for good relation with each other? So these are all questions that are in my mind, and I do hope that as we talk and as we be together, you know, yeah, we find a way forward, whatever that way is.
Hello everyone.
Hi.
I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And my name is Kasosidora Namteli Male. I am a visual artist specializing in the area of jewelry making and design. I've explored a range of, I'm really curious about material. I've explored bamboo, particularly. I've explored leather, seeds, beads, and a range of those metals. Currently, I teach at the Makerere University Art School as one of the lecturers, and I got curious I started out as a studio, purely in the studio, sitting in the studio, working with my materials, attending exhibitions, putting up my work. So I remember I used to attend a number of these with Mr. Gateja, the fashion shows, showcase. So one time I got a chance to interact with and through conversations we had with Mr. Gateja, I talked to some of these women who make beads, and other forms of beads. And I was so amazed by the conversations that they say around, especially during the processes of making. I started to question, was there a possibility where such conversation, because they were talking about things that are very real in their lives, they're talking about their daily experiences, their struggles, how they actually overcome the struggles, they negotiate these things they go through. Remember, we still live in a culture that is patriarchal, so I was very curious to understand how the beads become spaces where they negotiate all that they go through. I happened to even get a chance to travel to Gulu. I encountered women, there are many collectives of people making beads in Gulu and northern Uganda, other parts of northern Uganda. So these women are really empowering themselves. They are telling very interesting stories of how they are changing their lives, they are defining their lives. And in that whole discourse, I started looking for an opportunity where, coming from the practice of a jewel, how those conversations have become part of the process that shapes ideas that we generate, so that we could expand the scope of how we understand jewelry, for example. And first of all, also the artisans become part of the processes. So they are artists. Me, I see them as artists, as people who are very creative, they come up with very unique ideas. So they become part of the process of creating and generating knowledge. Those questions led me to pursue a graduate study. I am currently finalizing my PhD in the same area. Mr. Gateja has been very resourceful. He has actually shaped a whole entire chapter. Thank
you.
Yes. Has also facilitated the opportunity for me to publish some very interesting information. If you're very much interested in reading about what I've written about, especially about his practice, it's online. So I am concluding the PhD around the same field, and I'm very, very excited because now I have been to this entire village of women there who settled in Chilekabanda, who are practice making beads, and there's another group in Golobi, there's a village in Rweza where this Uganda comes from, there's a whole villages and villages in northern Uganda. So really, and I think that is part of the agenda of the kind of the new genre of arts, or the new genre of the vision we have for the arts to go out there. Now I'm tapping into Mr. Zenson's conversation. How do they become part of the conversation? You know, expanding the vision of how we understand visual art in Uganda. So that is where I stand. Otherwise, I'm so happy to be here. We've always had small talks with Professor here, and we are saying, can't we find spaces where we begin to engage and speak freely and openly without that academic critique. And here I am. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I'm glad to meet you. Yes.
So I am Anderu Immaculate Mali, but commonly known as Ili Mali. I am a visual artist. Started off working a lot with painting and sculpture, and now I work with any medium that the subject desires to be portrayed through. My work is mainly around memory and the complexities of memory, and trying to navigate that and understand that. Currently, it's childhood memories and how that shapes one's perspective really of life. The childhood memories currently are maybe embedded in religion, in the school systems that we went through. I went to Shimoni Demonstration School, which for me is non-existent now, though it moved locations. But but then going through the nursery rhymes, what keeps being taught, and then I remember learning on this journey that Shimoni is a slave cave in Diani, actually. was wondering why the school has this name. So yeah, so, yeah, Shimoni. Shimoni means at the hall.
Shimon.
Shimon.
In Swahili.
In Swahili.
Shimon is a hall.
Is a hall. But then that hall is where East African slaves were held before they were shipped off.
Okay.
Yes.
In Mombasa.
It's in Diani, somewhere a little out of Diani. Yes.
Yeah. There is also another one.
Oh, wow.
There are very many.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
There's one in Mombasa called Kibokoni. Kibokoni, you can imagine. It's where they beat people. And there's a cave.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just reading about this and I find it hard to believe.
Yeah. So yeah, I got to get there because of a song by Roger Whittaker. I think he recently died, which was, yeah, like, I just want it on BBC. They were singing Shimoni, oh Shimoni. You'll have to remember, you have to pay for the hole that you left in Shimoni, something like that. But he was a British who settled and grew up literally in Kenya. Anyway, so yeah, so my research has kind of led me to, it started from a very personal histories to now more collective histories. So it was a process of writing letters, which I had to stop because I was getting more into these collective histories that I'm interrogating now. Anyway, apart from that, then there is Iraa the Granary, where we are all here. The idea for Iraa the Granary came, one, when I was doing a residency at the Rights Academy, we kept having meals. I kept cooking in my kitchen and I would invite the other residents over. And every time people would be like, oh, when are we bringing food again together and share? And then from there, we kind of had moments where someone would go and maybe do an exhibition with someone else. Someone would go and be invited to other shows. So it was an interesting way of informally feeding into each other's practices that I thought is something that we can naturally do in a space like we have here. So yeah, so the first Iraa session we had 3 people. It was myself, it was in my kitchen. So I invited 2 other people. One was a poet and one is a writer. And she was working on a screenplay, so I sat with her, we gave her ideas to her screenplay, and then, so from that the next one had 12 people, and sort of, it's kept going. We don't go beyond 15 people because usually the conversation then is not fed into by everyone if it's a bigger number. Though we hope to have something called the food basket, which will really just be maybe something that Zenson Space is already doing, but it's meant to be like a space where we have, the food basket would be like, where we have like professionals within our field that can feed into, like can maybe give a lecture, can give a talk, or something like that, that feeds into, that can allow more people to be able to attend and things like that. Yeah, so another thing that was key for Iraa is the issue of archives, the issue of these stories, because I was like, okay, a lot of questions share about Ugandan artists, and you would Google and the first names are Zenson. Seriously, Google right now, Ugandan artists. Those are names that will come up like quite instantly. And I was like, but I know some other people who are not on this list who are actually doing things. Why are we not seeing these names come up? So the question was, okay, if it's archiving, what kind of archives are happening? Because I know, of course, storytelling is something, like oral storytelling is something we have grown up in with our cultures and things. And maybe that is something that people would easily work with. Then we're like, okay, if artists are orally archiving their works, then how do we get to this? Is it through a podcast? Is it through, like, how do we be able to make this accessible? Do they want it accessible? And so that is kind of what made us start going to studios on a bi-monthly basis. Yeah, and yeah, we kind of take a chance and be like, let's ask Dr. Chain if he'll allow. And we are lucky that we've not been refused before, so we're really happy. We're really happy and grateful that is happening. And also the beauty that comes, because usually we want to have at least some writers, some poets, some people who are not in the arts totally. Though with this group, I think everyone has been in the arts a bit. But usually there's one where we had a civil engineer and a public health researcher, and it was interesting to hear their views on art. And I think it's also very important for us to have that kind of conversation, so we don't have the question of should I take off my shoes coming up all the time? Can I come into this space coming up all the time? Yeah, and then Dr. Chaine told us he has this very incredible project that he's working on, that I think will answer, well, I don't know, maybe open up more questions or answer a lot of the queries that we keep coming up. That keep coming up in this, that have started coming up already. I've kept hearing them already coming up. Yeah, so I will stop there for now.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Over to you, Dr. Our host.
The problem of academic snobbery is something that I'm really wanting to fight very much. Because that's me. And I like even already the flexibility and the freedom, you know.
Yeah, we had a program later stand.
The freedom.
Because for the good, right?
Walking in and out and into the kitchen and elsewhere. So
what would usually happen? People would be seated, listening.
Yeah, I like this very much. And thank you so much. I've always convinced myself that for me art is my oxygen. Without it I can't breathe. I keep making art, I keep thinking art, I write art. I think it's in the genes. Two of my uncles were artists, they did art. Tom Zua, do you have any? Tom Zua. Zua was maybe after you. Yeah, he graduated in 1968. The other one was my guy, he did his degree in Nairobi. He's a designer, my guy Henry. Anyway, yeah, so I come from that family of artists, and those two did not want me to do art because they didn't think I had a future there, and they said, well, our family doesn't have anyone in medicine or in law or something, why don't you? And they compelled me to apply for things that are not art. I did biology, chemistry, geography, because they wanted me to go in medical school or something. But I put art as my first choice, and they didn't know this. And here I am, but I've never regretted. But I like these conversations because they strike a chord with my consciousness. You see, that we have a history, we have a past that remains unexploited in our practice, especially during our training. I don't think we are very much encouraged to look back in our memory and use it as a resource. And when this happens, as the discussion or the conversation, it's sort of, I find it, very uplifting and confirms what I've already, wished to take forward. African modernism, there have been many controversies there, because when you say modernism, exactly what do you mean? East African modernism, and this is the project we are trying to explore. Because when you say modernism, you are suggesting that you put a break on the past and start a new beginning. You know, somebody suggested, oh, you black out and someone wake up one day and say, okay, enough with the colonial past, and now I want to start a new beginning. And I think Enimunjao tried that in his don't copy, copy. See, yeah. But if it's about stopping, you know, putting a stop to the traditions, the old, and if that's what it means, and they start anew, then there's not, you know, for us in Africa, we have always been modern in that case, because there has always been continuity and change. You see, the coming of the Europeans, the missionaries, and the colonial masters just continued that change. They did not necessarily redirect us. We continued with of course, their culture, the Western culture, and so on. You can say it was maybe overwhelmingly, you know, subduing, but it was nonetheless change rather than starting a new beginning. And then that then raises a question about traditional and modern. Does it make sense? You know? When you say tradition, that means at the time of contact with the West, modernity started, and then tradition starts there. You know, anything after colonialism that belongs to the African is traditional dance, traditional this, traditional everything. Okay, and then anything that embraces the West, you know, formal education, music, well, that then you're modernizing. See, you learn a language of the white man, you are modern. You know, and so there's that dichotomy, which I think is a false argument, that you have traditional Uganda and then modern Uganda, as if that change signals, you know, a break from the past completely. So I see grappling with that problem, and but for the sake of this argument, then we can say, okay, we have tradition and then we have modern. And about a year ago, we formed a consortium led by a very vibrant lady called Maria. She got us together and we wrote a project that seeks to write a course on East African modernism. And this modernism, East Africans have not been very vigilant in writing about their art. It doesn't necessarily mean that we have not been producing art, but we have not been documenting. I think one of the ways to reach out to even the question of Senpai knows him and so on is because the Senpai has not been documented. In as much as he's not practicing that much, the little he did, it was very groundbreaking in the 60s when he made that shrine like sculpture that's made out of buffalo horns and the mungwa and cowrie shells and the rust of Paris. So he's trying to reconnect with his past and trying to assert his presence as a modern artist who is aware of the fact that he is living in this space and time, the colonial time, and at the same time, his history mattered very much. So that particular artwork is very iconic in that regard, that it seeks to recognize that the past is relevant, is vital, and we're a function of our past, and as much as we live in the here and now. So our curriculum is going to put together, or try to put together, content. We are producing content where modern art can go to and find information and get walked into the history. I will call it a short century. We have not crossed over into the millennium. We think the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s were very productive, we are very vibrant, especially transiting from colonialism into independence, and how the African artists responded to the former colonial, period, and how they are trying to, in this 60s, taking ownership of their practice, as it were, and charting a future for themselves as African artists who are aware of the fact that they are, of course, progressive, modern young people taking their country, using this medium of art to prosper. So yes, we are writing this content, and it's going to be on the platform. It's going to be available on the internet, free. But I think the most important thing is at least we shall be producing material that at least can give you some understanding of the major events in the art practice of East Africa. The countries are Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Ethiopia. And we are, I think, almost in the middle of the conversation, and we're very busy researching, asking questions. I to interview Teresa here. Do you want the video? I can.
No. I told you.
Okay. No, I will not show the video. But we went to Sanaa. We think these and of course there are many artists, in Uganda. But I decided that some of these artists represent certain movements, certain aspects and approaches, and even the philosophy they are using, their artists in their verse. So therefore it's Teresa, Nagenda, Katalikawe, Sempanje, yes. So yes, we are very excited about the project. Been meeting twice a week on Google Meeting, and having discussions and
interesting discussions.
Sometimes disagree, because this is also not a one opinion. Sometimes it is for example, this thing modernity, and some people are very strong on the fact that modernity is a Western exploitation of Africa in terms of our practice. That before colonialism, of course, we made art, and also music was involved. What you are doing is not completely new. I think there was no separation between art and crafts and music and so on in our traditional past. Everything was woven together, and if you come back today and say I'm a modern artist because I make paintings, and when I make fashion, I also sing and the sound, and this is not completely new. So we are re-branding, we are evaluating what we had in the past, and working with it, and trying to see that it is able to become part of the current social cultural fabric of our society. So yes, we are doing that, and sooner rather than later, I think this project will be out and about, and people will be responding, I think, to what we've done. Yeah. Otherwise, for me, away from that, I make things. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what to call myself. Recently, I completed a sculpture which is kind of propagandist in a way. When such opportunities come, I invest them. I think I liked it because of the process. When you make large projects, you find ways of shortening the time, or experimenting with materials, and somehow cutting corners, but yet at the same time ensuring that the integrity of the artwork remains, and you still have something that is good, but at the same time, my studio is not here. My studio, maybe next time we have an Iraa. After another round, maybe we shall come to Treasure here, and then another one. So I'll take you to Wachiso. That's where I have my space where I can do things. This is too tight here. I wouldn't do anything much here. Yeah, so I don't know whether I have said it. What else do you want me to say?
I have a question, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
Have you engaged with the work of Emma Wanambwa, especially on her essay, Margaret Trial and Colonial Subject Formation? And will you be integrating some of these critics within this material preparing for this course?
Emma Walker was a personal friend, actually, and we used to have conversations, and he was very assertive woman, very, I liked her, and I liked also her views on decolonization, and I have read her explaining who this woman was and how her philosophy worked during the time of the colonial empire. She was, of course, a member of the colonial race herself, and because of that, a lot of what she did was within that scope of colonialism. But at the same time, she was also empathetic to Africanization, but within margins. She controlled, what she wanted her students to learn, although she wanted them to be proud of their past and use it as a resource for making modern art. Yes, I am aware of her works, and they're very much in view as when I'm writing these essays. For some of the things that actually we are doing, we are segmenting this course into what is modern. This is the starting point, what about the region of East Africa? Africa is, of course, a very complex narrative, as you know. It's a huge continent, and the other day we had a conference in Chambogo, where I had the chance to speak, and I had a map of Africa, which can swallow China, India, Europe, United States. All these countries can, so everything can fit in Africa actually. So it's a huge continent which has been misunderstood, misconstrued, everything, you know, and so this Africa is something that, but not much attention has been paid to the region of East Africa, and that's why we perhaps were able to get this money from British Council, because there's scarcely anything that relates to East Africa when it comes to, and whenever in this video that I've seen, of course, small Uchuku, is from Nigeria, and apart from Ntiro, I didn't see much of anyone from the East African region in that collection. So it's even surprising that Ntiro is in that video. So yeah, we're saying no. We are a community of very active, switched-on artists in East Africa. We have our history, and we've done a lot of work, so, and it's broad and wide-ranging, it's very broad, and because of that, a story must be told about art in East Africa, and we are seeking to tell that story in a way that's engaging, that captures your imagination and interest, and sustain it if possible, as much as possible. So that's where our motivation comes from, and we hopefully should be able to pull it off and have something that fits our expectations.
I'm fascinated by what is modernism.
Yes.
I may tell you a little story. A long time ago, in Mukono. Mukono was the first Anglican church, school, college.
Yeah.
And in that college, there were very famous preachers that came out of it. But they didn't like some of the habits, some of the responses of some of the young men at that time who wanted to change the way of prayer, the way of people like Nagenda, Isinami, Choir, and others. I know them because I am a product of that period of our parents interacted with these people, because these people were kicked out of Kono and went to Rwanda. They go to Rwanda and they meet some of my parents, my other people. And they go there because they found missionaries already established, but they wanted Ugandans to educate in religion, and they didn't have enough people to do so. So these young men, Nagenda, the father of John Nagenda, and the father of our Prime Minister, they went there and they started to preach. And by doing so, they excited the public there. The public loved the way they preached and so on. And then they started to change the way of prayer. Let's say they rejected the British insistence on reading every Sunday what was dictated from Canterbury. Then that's when the revival started, the East African revival. It started that period. And my father used to tell me that he he was one day traveling with his missionaries, and one missionary said, "You people, you are bringing modernism." And my father didn't know what modernism is. And he said to this missionary, "What is modernism?" He says, "Oh, modernism is rejecting our system of preaching, of teaching, and so you want to sort of, you are communists." This is way back in the 1920s,
Yes.
30s,
Yes.
20s, 30s. So, when it comes to art, I mean, our parents and the Africans were interested in the way of Jesus Christ, talking about love, neighbors, and so on and so on, and wanting to put in our values in this religion. And there was resistance. So we artists have our values based on our childhood stories. Somebody's researching on children's stories. I think all of us, I thrive on my childhood memories. So to stifle us by trying to create this modernism, which should be looked at as a platform, which is sort of new and I don't know. I find it is something we need to go
Contemporary
through
sounds
and discuss.
Contemporary sounds should be soft and they're merged together.
Yes, contemporary is subsumed by modernism, I suppose, but it is largely, here and now. You St. Andrew, for example.
Yeah, I'm a contemporary of everybody here, my life.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. So in as much you are a contemporary of St. Andrew, you're also a contemporary of all of us. Okay? So that's why you think it's more encompassing.
I said somewhere when you're trying to describe, I thought that's what you were saying would be useful to put into the making an understanding of modernism.
You see, but what I find interesting in your story is that the missionaries came to Uganda, and by preaching, by evangelizing, they are modernizing at that stage.
Yeah.
And then Sibambi comes along and wants to depart or include certain things. Okay. And then they say, you are modernizing.
Yes.
When they, in the first place, they are themselves, by being Christians and colonialists in that same bracket, introducing modernism, within the religious circle. And then they don't want modernizers, in the name and shape of Nsibambi and
that's
so
right.
on.
They didn't want modernizers, African modernizers.
African, exactly. So,
we were not supposed to modernize or to even make changes.
Right.
Dr. Chene, have you read Kwatempope Medina's 11 Theses on Contemporary Art? There's a PhD art historian from Mexico called Kwatempope Medina, who said that modernism should be described as NATO art, and he charted a path to where contemporary art is from that point. He said that people who have formed the aesthetic and the theoretical approach to modernism are the NATO alliance, and he said that modernism as such, I could read out a small paragraph where he says it, and he said modernism can be directly linked in the categorization as NATO art, because all the things that happen outside that sphere are just juxtapositions. The art that was coming from those countries, even as shown that it had influences from Africa, art from Africa is now juxtaposed against that to fit it within that canon. And he wrote an essay that talks about both modernism and contemporary art and how they exist. I think it's a really cool essay.
I can share it. This is, and I like because this then you know.
But I
gives a
think
gift
also,
service.
Doctor, in this context, it's the term as a word, the dictionary is a totally different, has a totally different meaning from modernism. Modernism, like Mr. Sana was saying, in whatever context, even if I go to Karamoja and try to impose my Uganda thinking or my Uganda culture, I'm trying to modernize. The term that is what do you call it? It's a term. I mean, it's a term that stands for something. To change something that is not in context of your.
To reject the past or something.
Not necessarily to alter from your perspective.
Yeah.
Like Mr. Sana is saying, the religion as we know, and in fact even when you look at the origin of Protestantism, Anglican, it emanated from King George the Fourth. You know, because the Anglicans were rejecting certain practices of the Catholicism.
Yeah.
So they were also considered modern Christian, something like that, because they were imposing a new thinking into Catholicism, which is the same as what you were saying, that the missionaries had a cut-out philosophy of what religion is. And it's something I also wanted to ask you, but now I think it comes through because eventually I think the locals won, because you found that even and the duality of religion, especially with Catholic, where Catholic priests, especially in Masaka, subscribe to the traditional ways, especially okusumika n'okugira, and also with the music. And so that actually most of the Catholic religions in Uganda are modernized because they have those concepts of bazukuba mu church mu service, then even dances niate ne baletamu era n'ebintu which today Pentecostal would call taboo. Okwabyoolumbe, all these layers.
But then, so you have to discuss that as syncretism, right?
No, I'm just talking about the term modern and modernism as.
But for clarity, when you talk about religion, especially such phenomena, that is syncretic, right? The merging of it, the syncretism. The modern aspect of it comes from the perspective you have on that syncretism, right?
Yeah.
Because depending on where you are standing, it could be a sort of like some sort of stagnation or modernity, and it's subjective depending on where you are standing.
But you're not changing everything completely.
Yes.
And he talked about you picking what you think, like morals.
Yes.
Like he was saying, our morals, we feel that God is, I believe the term God really to us is a Western concept. But Ubuntu Bulam is what we would consider to be the ultimate of the essence of human existence. Nti Ubuntu Bulam is what guided us as humans. Ubuntu Bulam is the ultimate of the presence of God. Nti where you, I don't want to go into the concepts, but it's not a biblical thing. Need. Coexistence, all these layers are part of us. We don't need someone telling us God says this, because God, as we know it, is what, 1,000 years or 2,000? The concept of Christ and Christianity. So that's what I'm saying. You were not necessarily completely trying to modernize, but we can pick, because those are close to us. So we want to integrate them into, and that's why today the debate with homosexuality. In fact, last week the Pope talked about it, and someone made a joke that churches are going to become empty because the African concept of family becomes it's inherent, really. So when these layers come in, it becomes a bit of a contradiction, because most Africans embrace this religion first on the concept of Katonda akwagala, yagala munno, all these commandments of what religion stands for.
Also, you need to be careful about the terms that you use. When you say embrace this religion, this was not like an organic process where missionaries came and were like, oh, let's change to this new religion. There was forcefulness. The Catholic Church itself has come out to apologize, for example, in South America for forceful conversions, right? Yeah. And so when you're discussing modernity, just make it clear as we move through these subjects, is that modernity is just how we look at these changes that have happened, right? And that gave us a good intro, that African culture has always evolved, there are changes around it. But while discussing it, it's, for me, as a person, it's deeply important to hold in view that violence as it happens and it causes, as it causes changes. When you use a term like embrace this religion, for me, it's sort of like it's problematic, because it was assimilation, and yes, they had to fit within it and do syncretism to exist within it, and that has continued after the initial acts of violence that initiated it.
Yeah, I have a
but
question.
embrace is difficult for me to sort of like take.
If there was an act of violence, I'm wondering how I can imagine this Christianity could be Anglican or Pentecostal. Is a success story in Uganda, something that starts as a compulsion or a force. I'm wondering how it can now catch fire and become self-sustaining.
So that's the
Can I
purpose.
say something? I think that what we're talking about more broadly is the development of humanity in general. I think like what we're describing is the trend of humans together to have a way of doing something, discover something new, and then adopt it. You know, these are the processes by which all civilizations form and move and develop. So it's something that you see a lot in, I would say, just in history over time. To go back to the examples of you know, the Catholic Church, the Protestants breaking from Catholicism, then within Protestantism you have Adventists or whoever, or also breaking away, and then from those other avenues also splinter off. So you have these lineages, right? You start from maybe, you know, the first disciples, you have Orthodox Christianity, and then you go into Catholicism. From Catholicism you get Protestantism. From Protestantism you get other branches. But when you look at it from a broader view, what you're seeing is people living and learning, essentially. And then what happens is somebody discovers something new. Let's talk about Sana's father and the group who actually said, maybe this way of worshipping doesn't quite work for us. There are other things that we can add to this thing which makes it more meaningful to us, to our people, and so this is what we're going to adopt. So I don't know if this is fully making sense, but I just feel like it's when we talk about what's really innate to a human being is change and adopting change or adapting to change. And I think the myth which was created with this sort of like, with the advent of colonialism, was that we have this unchanged past, that we had like, yes, we have tradition, but that the lie was that the tradition had existed since time immemorial. No, we've been growing and changing as people since day one.
Rather that we don't have no evidence for it, but
we don't have evidence for it, but we can look at even within our lifetimes, we can see how much a people can change. So for me, the principal thing to always try and remember is simply that as humans, everything that we're constantly learning from one another, and what we do is constantly changing. The myth is of a tradition that was like set in stone.
Of course, for example, you had wars, Uganda raiding Busoga already. So these kingdoms are contracting and expanding over time. I think in the process of doing that, they would find new things in Toro and so on, and come back and incorporate them in their own, traditions. And I think that way, of course, you can see borrowing from elsewhere was always a recurring thing. So definitely, that mask could not have been the same mask 500 years, ago. I'm sure it was a different kind of. That mask metamorphosed from somewhere. We don't know, and at the time it was seen by the Europeans, the judgment was, that is Africa. That's what it looks like, as if it has always been the same, and yet, the changes we see today existed, all the time.
But when you write a book, you have to indicate where you're coming from. You cannot include all this modernism. It cannot be the same for you or for everybody. And when you are writing a course, you have to have a point of view, and then take facts to justify or to explain it. Like you are writing a thesis, you get an idea, and then you say, well, this is what we found, this is what we think. Someone else can come and say, that's not true. Then they should write another book. Because we cannot write it in one book.
Yeah,
we
then you're
cannot
talking about
contain the whole
modernism,
thing.
as somebody was suggested. There are modernisms, there are many, they're not just one.
Yeah.
There are several because the perspectives are different.
I was just going to say, I think there may be also a distinction between modernity and then modernism as like I think that's what confused me also in the conversation. I don't know, I think modernism, as we're talking about this period, I think you said like of these artistic practices, and then modernity as
I think the state of being.
And to me, I'm thinking of it almost as like a change in how time functioned, because for me it's tied to industrialization, to slavery and colonialism, where they have free resources, they have free labor, and it leads to an accumulation of capital, which has led to this modern state that we're in now, where we are purchasing goods from China, blah, 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 blah. So like
then you can make that differentiation, because you make the assumption that as an artist you exist outside this superstructure, which is modernity. But like modernism is just the aesthetic perspective on the process described as modernity. It's how we can sort of like look at Pablo's, Picasso's cubism and this artist's cubism, and then separate them and say this artist is not the same canon as Picasso is, right? Because the process that does that is modernity, and that the perspective with which we see these aesthetic objects. And modernism is one of them. They're like Dr. said, there are multiple other modernisms, but there are also other canonizations which you may not know that other people have when interacting with these aesthetic objects. But the ones that are dominant right now includes modernism and modernisms. Like even in architecture, you see a similar sort of categorization. And maybe it's a bit more direct in architecture, because with Jim we were together when we were doing African modernisms. And we're just studying how people are building and what image was being sought after by architects in this period. So I think for me, at least how it works in my brain, is that aestheticization comes after the fact of the dominant culture that we're participating in. It can't exist as a bubble outside it. We are sort of like, there are consequences, we sort of like, we show the consequences for the kind of dominant culture that we exist in as artists.
But could we not have modernism and then now we are in post-colonialism? Can we not can we not be in post-modernism? Like, can we not divide them into subsequent?
Up to now, Africans haven't decided whether they belong to modernism or not. It's just been them who has been including themselves in this canon. Like, up to it's just fairly recently that Africans are now deciding who to include in this modernist canon. But like we saw the curators who are doing these exhibitions were white people. So like it's possible. We can agree with each other as we sit here what tools may help us understand and categorize these aesthetic objects. We can even call it postmodernism, pre-modernism, whatever. But yeah, it's possible. We're just studying it because it's sort of like filling up too much intellectual space within our minds.
Just to, our food is on the way. Sorry, he has delayed, food person. But
That's it.
yeah, but
one thing.
it's
This
just
is
an
very interesting. What Mr. George,
Yes.
what you wrote about the three artists, the thing I was the Maloba and Ntiro was somehow creating, depicting his village life and going around the weddings and all these other things in his Chaga lifestyle. But in a very beautiful, very, very beautiful way. Almost something, it is reflected on Tensibe's modern work now. You know, Tensibe has a way of creating environment. And this guy also had a slight beginnings of intensity, which is for me was very beautiful. But Maloba was insistent, according to your that this guy was primitive and uneducated and couldn't be what they were looking for. So, and coming to this modernism and modern art, I feel that the African yet has to define. I like the thing about Ubuntu. Ubuntu is Ubuntu. Ubuntu is something that is so wonderful that we have not included it in our origins of. Hence my love for childhood stories. And that's what was happening with the Christians. I think the Christians and the artists were very much in the same boat, trying to create something new. One was stifled, the other one was. I had an exhibition in Munich, and I was showing my cloth and I was painting. And the guy came out of the blue. He says, "There are no artists, modern artists." To me, I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "No, you are all copiers of European art." So that's what I was trying to tell him. He said, "No way, you guys are just painting what the Europeans paint."
It was wrong, but
I was so furious.
He was standing in front of your back cloth.
No, he was standing with me. He was looking at my artwork.
But your art has nothing to do with European.
No, nothing at all. Because he came out to force me to accept his. And I think there's a jealousness. There's a Western aggression against us.
For sure. Of course, that has been clear from the onset when you had cultural assimilation. Colonialism is basically that thinking that your culture must be replaced with something better. And that sort of like thing is deep, and it cuts across images and ways of expression. So when they meet you and want you sort of like admit that you copied them, it's just to like carry on of that cultural power imbalance.
But I want to go back to the earlier question of in the context that, for instance, because like you said, there are many modernisms, but this is like a stupid example, but I've always thought about it, and maybe even the religion. You see the Karamajong, and I'm just putting them in space. As we might know them, maybe we think, most Ugandans, especially the land, might think these are the what? Mu Uganda twagambanga Olinda Bakaramu, we won't wait for Karamajong to develop.
Yeah.
That is a subtle way of saying they are not developed or they are not modern. But if you look at what defines the Karamajong, especially the dressing, the glass beads and the colored glass beads are some of the more industrialized form of. In fact, in terms of expense, in terms of the cost and the
value.
The value. Obviously, along the way, because of the trades and whatever, but and it's not like that. It's a recent phenomenon, but the beads that the Karamajong. So if you can, I don't know if you look at the contrast. Yeah, it beats my understanding if you look at what defines in terms of dressing. What defines the Karamajong is the beads, and they've had this for many years. But a simple Ugandan who went to Google will look at them as primitive, to use the word, to lack of a better word, or not modern. And I think that puts in context what he was trying to say in terms of impositions and in terms of layers of.
There's a question that was actually asked, like how does something that started from force, from compulsion, sustain itself over time? And that's not something you are hovering around, and it's what we call full cultural assimilation. Like how we now understand, if we analyze the lower levels of education and the kind of things children who have not, like children who are denied literacy go through, and these things compound over time. That's something that we are saying about someone being from a certain part of society that fails to understand the value of another part of their society. You have to continue and analyze why that happens. But it's important to know why this person from this, let's say, going to King's College, would define as primitive. This Karamajong glass bead should be part of your analysis.
No, I'm looking at the same, just one, like a 10th or a 100th of, because it's a bigger picture. But I'm just trying to zero onto the bead. That why wouldn't someone look at the overall picture and begin to look at, it's like artists, how artists can be insignificant. It's in terms of especially government and policies. But why wouldn't someone, and now I'm also being vulgar in my brain in a way that, why wouldn't someone zero onto this bead and begin to look at it and say, wait a minute, this bead is made in the most sophisticated factories with the most sophisticated technologies. And these technologies, this is almost like 100 years ago. So that's the kind of mind I'm trying to.
So this Karamajong, it's futile to try to change him because it's as if you're saying you should look like me, you know, you should dress like me. When in fact it's not about hierarchies, it's about differences. They have their own perspective, I would say, and it's okay to live like that. There's nothing wrong with the architecture. After all, if you're talking about the hot sun, it's that architecture that is the best for the hot sun. You have to bring about it Paramoja.
You didn't steal them.
But I guess what I'm trying to say, is that on the overall, the Karamajong remain with their culture or with their way of life. So it means that even when you're coerced, that's why I brought in the concept of Obuntuma. There is a way in which something that is very dear to you will, at whatever cost, remain.
I studied in India in 80s, 90s, and the British were in India for over 200 years, but they did not convert Indians. Why? That's the question. The
Because
British
they're
were here,
also
the
very
British were
hostile.
here for 60 years, and everybody's a Christian. Was it?
Yeah.
Also, India,
So-
the Kingdom of India was quite a bit
So-
in size more advanced.
It doesn't mean that
Not
they are
necessarily.
not modern. Of course they are. And if modern, like being modern is about embracing the Western thought, and then Indians are traditional, when in fact they're very advanced in every way, sure. So this again, this modern thing, it raises yet more questions
I have a
than
feeling
answers.
that Christianity alongside the colonialism was a tool to suppress culture and to suppress art and to suppress self-expression. And hence the modern young men trying to change. However, I'm a great admirer of the Karamojong art, hence my bringing this today to show you. The reason I like the Karamojong, when I was very young, working in the crafts, Ministry of Culture, there came a shield. This shield was made of metal, the Karamojong shield. The Karamojong shield is sort of like this, like that. It's a beautiful shield made of buffalo skin or giraffe skin. But this time they made it into a Land Rover door, a metal. And they left the name Rover, Land Rover on it. I don't know where this thing is now. But it's a work of art that came. And
What year was that?
this was in 78, 79. No, 68, 69. I was working in the Ministry of Culture in Kampala Road. There was a shop.
The Ministry of Culture
Ministry of Culture and Community Development
in Uganda.
was a
Yeah.
ministry post-colonial to develop art and crafts alongside the Normal Gallery. Normal Gallery started in
64.
64. But Normal Gallery started on Kampala Road as well.
Yes.
And then there was a man called Mekyon, Dr. Mekyon, minister. He was the first minister of culture.
Yeah.
And he was very interested in building these social centers all around Uganda for various reasons, but also to collect to that place for the government shop to buy. This shop where I worked would be buying from these centers.
They would buy and sell or buy?
They would buy and bring to their shop and sell.
Okay.
And they were exporting hugely. The shop was extremely successful.
You can go to Germany and you can take, you can go to Asia and you get crates and crates of
Yes.
things and take
And
them to Europe.
you know,
And then look for museums to
the
buy
whole
them.
idea was very beautiful because it was stimulating making.
Very good stuff back in the Ministry of Culture. Like in my lifetime, I've never even heard that.
It died during, I think, I wasn't here. I had gone, but I think during Amin's time.
The culture has been in different ministries at different times. We've been changing over. So we are now in our cultures in gender and something. And then the next state is tourism and community and so on.
It almost speaks to like the way in which it's shoved like to the back of the thing. It's also similar to how normal galleries now, like
away from the near.
It's just near
Yeah.
I wanted to ask actually, I came across something about a Uganda Artist Promotion Committee that used to exist in the 90s. And I was wondering if Uganda Artists Promotion Committee.
That was, it used to be like Ministry of Culture when there was a time in Europe when there were festivals. And then all the African countries, a minister, they said, build the artist. So he would go and buy basket of things and take the play and represent the artist. This is Uganda art.
That's what it was.
But I looked
Well, I see
too much about
But they were as a country.
modernism and
But
all
she also
this.
speaks
But
the
actually,
language
for
that
me, I
exists
feel
now.
the most important thing really at the end of the day is the content. You know, like, yes, people will come and maybe even after we're gone, maybe some new word might come up, but the content.
Right.
What do you have to talk about the content? Because sometimes is the content reflect modernism? Does what? Because there is also these layers like generations, where they say Generation X, millennials, generation baby boomers. Where because I was talking to what's his name? I forget his name. The playwright.
Kaga?
Yeah?
Where? Who playwright?
Mukulu. So we are talking a bit with Alex, and he said, what are people talking about? Generations. If you're 20, some people think it's a different generation. If someone is 60, that's another generation. If someone is 90, but he said we are all alive, so we are all in this generation, which I actually took as took seriously to it, really, because I think the content, whether someone calls it modernism, East African, whatever, I think at the end of the day, I mean, there could be roots or codes to connect. Okay, there are resemblances here, there, but what do you have to talk about in terms of?
I wanted to do a lot of listening today than talking, because I wanted people's opinions and ideas to flow. But content, what is content? Of course, Margaret Travel, very key in the shaping of East African modernism. East Africa, actually, because the art school in Makerere had students from Tanzania, from Zanzibar, from Sudan, from Malawi, and so on. And the school itself starts in 1940. And what is its focus as far as teaching is concerned of art? Tra was very clear that she wanted the African consciousness to shine in her in her art programs, and in fact that's the reason she decided that she did not want to be part of the new strategy of Makerere becoming part of the university.
Yeah.
So she resisted that option of being part of it. Was 1949. There was, it was decided that Makerere should be earning, students should be earning, London degrees. And maybe you can tell us more about that.
Well, Makerere decided. When they brought in professors, told him professors, and then they said we're going to give degrees.
Yeah, well, the story is a little bit more. So Traud, went back to the Slade School and negotiated her own degree program, where she insisted that the local life, the African life, must be integrated within that. Those from London would submerge the African, consciousness, and then they agreed and said, okay, we shall provide the external examiners. You create your own course. We shall come to validate the standards. So now, what is this content that you ask about? Yes, that the fact that we are doing modern art that looked based on local life, local resources, it was very key. And in fact, Trau being who she was, he also wanted the Bible to be used as a resource. And many of the students, like Sechi, for example, and Nedimunjao, produced biblical subjects that were Africanized or were domesticated. So that idea that Africanization using art was already a movement even before colonialism. It's still who redirects the school and introduces Western academic art. And this is the time also Sepanji decides to sort of disagree and also returns to the past and uses it as a way of defining his ideas. So the content is broad and diverse, and how the politics of the time, how the changes in culture and so on impacted on the artists and their visions and their aspirations is part of that content. There are all these influential people, Trau and so on, and their philosophy and their is part of that content. How Amin's period, of course, its dictators, again, led to scarcity of materials and how these artists survived in spite of those scarce materials and how they used art to critique the leaders, is still part of that context. So we're trying to look at this picture and see how it is part of that context and how the artists who make the conversations around these artworks and so on and so forth. So this is in a way putting together this story.
And what's the scope, the period?
It's a short, we call it a short period between primarily from 1960 post-colonial up to 2000. We're trying to limit it to that.
Okay, so
it gets bigger, then it becomes difficult.
But along the way, have you also tried to, just as a preview, to look at work after 2000, and then probably also try to say, okay, so the artists today, especially the young artists, what are they doing? What can we call this? Can we still say this is East African modernism? I mean, I don't know. Yes.
You are right. First of all, we are aware that dramatic changes have happened, especially in the art landscape of Uganda. And we are also considering incorporating some of the stories that have before and after. But we are trying to still squeeze our margins within that short century as much as possible. There'll be, of course, more funding, perhaps more writing of projects that would take on board the year 2000 and beyond. But I'm aware that, of course, many important directions have emerged after 2000. But you need to create, margins and say, I'm working in this space. Be deep and be effective, useful.
You can create a new camp for the after 2000s.
Yeah, I was going to tease you that what do you think what would you call in your view the arts after 2000?
Have rejected the contemporary art canon.
Yeah, so not in those terms, you can think of something.
In the process of making our canonization.
But that's what I'm saying, I'm asking.
When I come up with a name, you're going to be the first. I'm still thinking of the name of my
Let me
canon.
try to get your question. So you seem to suggest that, okay, 2000 onwards, there's a different brand of or nomenclature or something. Maybe if we talk about modernism, the independence kicking and thereafter, 2000 onwards is something. You're talking about something.
No, I was just trying to see if you are seeing any differences or any commonalities, or like I was saying with the talk we had with Alex, or because even the term modernism, depending on, for instance, in the 30s, what was African art called then? Because if we have an artist who was born in the 30s and was doing art and is still alive today, and maybe is still as active, I don't know what it was called then. Would you still call it whatever? You know? Yeah, so that's...
Yeah, Uganda, for example, is still making art.
Really?
And Uganda starts way back in the early 60s. You know? So 60 plus years of active practice. So what he made in 1960 was modern art. What does he do for what he makes in 2004?
That's the question.
So has it changed? Of course, as a person has changed. His ideas have changed, his perception have changed. And
Like this is what I believe, guys. I believe in contemporary art. We're not in post-colonialism, and this is a new canon I want to put, and I'll publish it, and I'll chill. Because it's hard to get consensus on these things.
Actually, we try to even do it with Dawoodi and Zini, and we thought we would start a movement called Olongoto. I don't know if you heard about it. Yeah, so we made it happen for a year, but everyone went back to their, because the idea was, okay, so what if we begin to do work that is unclassified, you know, or an expression that's why Mzili eventually we were trying to go back into indigenous expression. Yeah. So
I'm so sorry. I might to ask something. When you say that, it makes me think about the statement you made about Omuntu wa Wansi, and how when something is, how did you say it? When something is true.
But
I want to like, and I wonder when these things, like all these things that we said at start, and then they die. Like, how does that speak to that statement you made of that something very something that's dear to you will remain. So if we are the people that define those things, does that sort of mean that those things are not dear to us? Or like maybe is it about like building an appreciation, you know? Because in a way, it's like if you're publishing, and Tesla is publishing, and that sort of collectively becomes something that's, you know, for a period of time. But then maybe we don't have...
See, the problem we have is that while we are doing that, the other factors that are involved in this work, the organization says that we are Muzili. Look at how Muzili presents.
It's beyond you. But also, if we go back to, really, we talked about it earlier, that if we really want to break the... even as we debate, we all know that African art, first of all, it was never near capitalism. It was never. So already, even what we are, even teaching, okay, well, you would apprentice, but there would be that there is a special talent that you have. Not everyone would go to school and then become. So the concept of art as we know it today is even not part of our, it's not part of our the culture of who we are. In terms of
it's a question.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why
making aesthetic objects outside
something start and stop, because then. But for instance, if it has to do with, I know even now it's dying out, but where you come from. I know now there are many layers of who I am. where do I come from? But your true origin, that's part of who you are. Your mother, your father. In fact, Americans today go to the extent of trying to find their DNA and map and even come to a space in Ghana or in Nigeria or in Senegal. So the concept of, and I think that's what the white man did with religion and all these things. Because if you detach someone from who they are, or from what they believe in, then eventually you can pull it all over.
And you can manipulate
Yeah,
it.
you can manipulate it.
Yeah.
And say things as post-independent, post-independence Uganda. That's some what is that? Modernism. What is that? Contemporary art.
I think this is the complexity of the whole thing, really, and you have to acknowledge it as a complex narrative and leave it open so that we don't have definitive answers, and because there are no easy answers in any case. But at least make someone aware how complicated it is. Not to simplify, not to be simplistic with it, and seek for more either research or
But also, Doctor, is that if you sort of like look at other thinkers who have thought about this, it's that there is a need for this sort of thing to sustain itself, to create the view that it's so complicated it has to be left open. Because if you sort of like trace some of the causal and effect series of these things, you can arrive at certain conclusions. We can know why things are the way they are. Like the point Zenson gave on the connection of art to capitalism. We can analyze how clearly art has changed when Africa was colonized and we shifted our economics towards now, let's say, producing aesthetic objects outside for our own use, right? Because like you are describing, back then the aesthetic objects you created had a direct use to you that was within those aesthetic objects. But now, as an artist, when you're creating aesthetic objects totally outside you, but maybe you have now value in capitalism.
But also the factors, like you say, the factors that, I mean, right now the student artist goes to school, your parent pays money knowing this is going to be your vocation, you know? So back then, obviously in the palace, they would give you land, they would bring you food, or even because you're the griot of the palace. So you are not worried about, but now you go to school knowing this is my vocation.
So it's motivated by money.
Yeah, exactly. You go to school that I'm going to be an artist. In fact, you find so young artists coming and they're already pricing their work at $1,000. No experience.
But also even the way we are taught, I guess, that goes back to...
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But we don't have control. You can't refuse. You can't...
And it's even bad that the market forces that dictate demand exist outside us.
Because even being experimental, there is no room for experiment.
Even like even though for me also like even the way we are taught. Like I remember doing my MA and one of the doctors would always ask me like, show me, you know, like show us work, like show us work, and then I would be like, but I just read this whole master's thesis and the guy made one work at the end of 2 years. So like when you say make work, is it like, should I just make work for work's sake, right? Or I need to, you know, like...
This is what I was trying to get at when I was talking about like modernity, capitalism, accumulation of capital, change, shifting time. When you have more control over, you know, let's say your living community, you're all working the fields. You know, there was just a different sense of time. You come back together, you gather in the evening. But now, because of capitalism, obviously, time is compressed. Everything has to be very, very quick, and you're trying to produce as much as you possibly can in a short amount of time in order to earn the most capital in order to survive. So, like our entire, just to say that the entire, you know, everything that you're saying about like a student coming out, they're pricing at a certain amount, they don't have control over the market. It's all to do with just production, demand and supply, And with that also, just how much time you have.
So would that then compromise the quality or the
To some, yes,
Some
many
money.
times.
the integrity?
Also the
I think, yeah.
agencies,
Yes,
they think to work
capital
hard.
is tied to time. The more
Yeah.
capital you have, the more time you have for
There's some
investing,
Yes.
sitting, thinking,
something
learning.
the board says in demand. But for the student who is going to campus, he has to turn out this
But
one.
I'll disagree a bit also. It's like playing devil's advocate. That really at school, money was never in the factory. It was never. It's just that now with
Like
internet,
money as money,
no, as in
or money in a
no working,
design
painting
As a
as
motivator
a
to work.
motivator to.
Which school is that?
At the Macquarie University School.
So you
It's,
see,
no,
when
no,
you went there,
It's
you
not
have your
because
own-
it's special.
yeah, on creative. It's just now, just a minute.
No,
It's-
this is why we are different generations.
No, yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying right. Yeah, no. Right now, really.
When
it's
you say
just
that-
a minute, just a minute. Right now, what more is because with internet, with all these auction records and all these exhibitions, everything is like kids go into university already knowing my first work will be this.
Friends,
If you see them young has just saying
Exactly.
and turning
I
them
mean,
over the
It
job.
was
there
never
is
the
that
case,
angle. But for
actually.
me, kale tusigale on our
Yeah.
because you know, one of the things Margaret Troll fought for was don't put us within the this school, this Western system, because it's going to mean. But also, she was trying to fight for relevance as to why she's doing this thing, right? And sometimes it's like I'm thinking they'll ask the lecturer like, "What's the value of the art school?" You know, and I'm thinking like, when you say money, sometimes
The
I
art
don't.
school
I
was
would
to
ask
build
who exactly, like in the art school, because there are many dynamics in that art school, and maybe as the student, I'm not, when I'm doing the work, I'm not fast thinking, man. But who is teaching me? And how are they teaching me? And what things are they slowly hinting at that I may not know, I may not be thinking about, even as I go to do this course? What are our parents doing? You know, there's so many years. Like when you say that, I don't know if we can put that.
It's not explicit,
No, it's
but
not.
it's there.
It's there, but it's never emphasized. Like drawing. If you go to economic school, it's the core. In school, actually, mainly, even the 3 years for me was really: are you good at drawing? Are you good to present your work? Can you present it properly? Of course, these are layers that eventually could lead to a deal or to money, but it was never like emphasized.
That's what I'm saying. That maybe for you, but there are so many dynamics around that you.
In fact,
that maybe
I
you're
remember it
not,
was
but
in
someone
third year
is.
doctor that they introduced, not marketing, they called it business administration.
Yeah.
Because there was research that when artists go out there, they don't know what to do, they don't know how to handle money. Deals would come in and you don't even have an accountant or someone, so you don't know what to do. That's why eventually, and in fact, why it was brought is because of the lecturers. The lecturers were beginning to get these deals.
You know,
Yes,
this also speaks to why, like, you go to the collection at Macquarie and work has been sold without people knowing, by whoever is yes, like you find that, like work, you go and it's in the data, but it's not there anymore. So who took it? Where did they go?
One day I worked in an exhibition in Nairobi.
Listen.
I won't say the name.
Yeah.
And this guy has all these eggs.
Wow.
And then I went to the Grass Institute guy. I'm going to teach my prints.
These are my prints. Who gave them to you?
Then he says, no, don't do that. You're going to give us a bad name.
Wow.
They put the exhibition down.
Oh.
And they bought one.
Wow.
As to pay, to decide to pay me off. Not to say bad name.
So in a way, Sebo, for me, it comes up to this thing of like, is this Eringanga icing sugar?
I mean, days the people were trying to survive. They didn't have. If you pick up a painting and you replace it in Nairobi, and they can find it, but you find it, but you put it, this was bold. It didn't count to me walking in there.
Wow, you would not have,
Yeah, you could have gone, exhibition sold.
Yeah. But we can't. It's like you need to pray that you
artists will also understand that they're not the only Africans who is a big story. You must understand that.
But it's mainly Africans.
So in other words, it's like like for me, it feels like it's coming back to this point. We must be aware, right? Like, and sometimes the only way to be is like to almost, like be interested in all these different things, I guess. But you were going to say something.
I feel like my mind is all over the place. But I was just going to say, I can't remember what the exact point was, but I wanted to talk about the difference in the two times because you said Margaret Trout, when she first started this school, she was trying to whatever, like relevance.
Yeah, there's a point because they were trying to turn the from a diploma to an actual, but they would have to present to the as if colonial, like what's what's your thing
like
doing?
Why
should we let it?
In, like, the market, right? Like you have to have something different. But at that time, there were so few. Do you know what I mean? Like how many artists were they churning out? I think.
There were 5 in our
They were 5 in her year.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they were. I think you were the only.
You had 7 tutors.
You are blessed.
7 tutors for 5 students.
Yes.
Wow.
What
The whole
a
school had started.
I know. I was also saying. What
We
a
started off by 10.
Yes.
In
And
the
they
second year,
reduced.
they
By the time they graduated, they were only 5.
because they said you failed.
Yes.
Can
And
you
then
imagine?
others they diverted them.
They failed. They failed some because Uganda didn't need that many
They
artists.
didn't want to have
Eh?
too many artists
Yeah,
in the
walking
market,
around.
so they diverted them into
Oh
other
my
degree
God.
programs.
This
They
comes
get
exactly
what
back to that. Yeah,
but now
like
what we
someone
have-
is playing this game.
This
Whether
is the game.
I think it's not
What
me.
do
I'm
you
making
expect?
art.
What about the medical students? They
Because
said that
how
they
would
should
Uganda
now watch
in
how many they
the
turn out
60s
in
sustain
medical school.
many sort of like artists, let's say. Realistically, our economy is mostly farming. Do you know, in the 60s as well, 60s, 70s, like what are you going to do with the whole whatever? These days, how many artists are we producing into the market every year?
But also, are
Like,
they
there are so
artists?
many.
That's
But I'm
another
just saying,
debate.
all I'm trying to say is that
Yeah.
these are other dynamics. That
It's another debate.
Other dynamics of competition and just whatever.
But for me,
There are over
Yes,
1,000
Professor.
for me,
musicians.
And more still coming up.
Yeah. So it means that
when you
the
train as an
audience is
artist-
full of musicians.
it exposes you to skills that are transferable.
Yes, that's true.
You know, so that in their creativity, you innovate, you try to think outside the box, and you don't necessarily have to continue to be an artist, but at least you have had those questions raised in your training that you want to, be.
They stay with you.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Whether you want to be a shopkeeper or a farmer, at least you should not confine yourself. You try out different possibilities and always that is at the core.
I guess maybe sometimes it's that then, because all these things come back to, logistical elements around keeping some of these things alive. And so how do you justify that to the people who will make that, that decision that, come on, buy this, we are raising these things in someone's mind. We are,
About like, you're saying that we are sort of teaching people to be thinking about all the market.
No, what doctor was saying, that what also comes out of this is that there is a good side to it that is not defined, but it allows for you to have seen all these different facets of, a thing that then you carry on into your own life, whether you become a shopkeeper or. But I was saying that sometimes then it's like to keep some of this, like for example, there's a question when we were first talking, which came up where we were saying, at the beginning, a lot of this, arts came from, we also in Margaret Chowell into, Elim Jao, then they went to here, then they, so it's like we were the heart of, and there was someone who asked the question of why doesn't that happen anymore, what happened? And there were different responses, but it was an interesting, question. So I was saying that even with that, sometimes it's like we lack a way to articulate these things into spaces that,
The benefits.
yeah, like, I don't even want to call them benefits. You don't want to call them benefits, but it's that maybe all these other practices have found a way to articulate their, value and, through statistics or, or
Personally, I believe that formal education, even tertiary education in the arts, to me, like, and I hate to say this to sound dismissive, I don't think it should exist. people should enter the milieu with the basic skills of drawing, maybe got it from childhood, and then enter the milieu of artists. Because whatever happens is that they'll go under the subject tuition, and somehow how they choose their subjects too. And you can see that. But that's why I say that at tertiary level, it's sort of like should be free for whoever is interested, and maybe there should be some sort of control over who gets to like teach these subjects. But taking them seriously at tertiary level shouldn't be a thing. Like if you are 20 years and above and you're doing art, you're either good at it or you're not.
But also it's like the art school now is also changing how it's going to be teaching.
It has to.
That industrial arts are all, you know.
But you can also outgrow your teaching.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the three characters you give Interior, they are all students, but others, was it Interior, the Tanzanian who decided?
There was even an ambassador.
Yeah.
And they want to do the art as an ambassador. Okay? So he had, maybe he was creative in it. So it doesn't necessarily that you have to produce.
Yeah.
But I'm still, interested in your question, the content. What do you think about content? What would you advise what the content should be?
Now I was asking in context of modern East African art, because I feel it's, first of all, very limiting in terms of, and that's why I asked your scope. Your art has always, Mr. Sana was talking to us about this shield by the Kangama John Brogo. The concept of recycle has always been a part of, but today you have this movement of exhibitions about recycle, and obviously they are looking at people who are doing it on like mass scale and maybe using math, but then there are all these layers of, including the so-called old statues with nails, the figurines, West Africa and all that. And like you talked about it, that we've always been creating and always been almost contemporary, combining things. So when you say East African modernism, I feel where does it live, for instance? The art, you're looking at which year, for instance? 60. So you will find that even work before that, and that's why I was raising this stupid question: what was it then? What was it called then? Obviously, the white man is responsible for all these layers of isms and nomenclatures and stuff. But what was it called then? Is there even an African term? I know that it was, the context of our art was totally different. But how, even in the first place, did we as Africans look at it? Did we even say this is art, or it just happened and we are having all this?
Did we have to give the name?
Exactly.
Yeah. So actually, I feel like that's the function of not the function of colonialism, but the colonial hangover is to try and categorize everything.
Right. Yes. And of course, as Simon writes, there was no division between art and crafts. For us, it was all art. And but then also Pao goes ahead and says, well, the divide between art and craft is false, because you see, both of you, the aspiration is to make an object of beauty that communicates something. Whether you're making a mat or you're making a basket.
The craft is repeated by another person all the time now. If you have a craft, I teach you have to make this chair.
Yes.
Okay? And then they are going to teach the man in one day, and they produce the same chair.
Yes.
And become a perfect craft.
But don't you have a voice in that chair as a maker?
You do, but then it's no longer the original one was the original one. But the rest of it is that putting it to the factory now. And so when mass produce it.
But also the concept of the star artist is a very Western one. Because, we always joke about the traditional dance, the back simba. So you keep adding layers. I mean, there could be someone who came up with even the song, the drum pattern, and even the dance. But the concept of the one-man show, the star artist, it's never reflected because, and it comes back to Ubuntu, it's always community, onke kachachi. Someone is thinking of these patterns and naming them, and because either the grandmother passed away and then she's a weaver, and then she comes up with this pattern to remember, and then this one all of a sudden it becomes part of the common, pool of the community.
We don't have warmers, so let's have the food when it's hot. Yes.
We have, of course, fragmented. Previously, you have, if you're not doing painting, sculpture, ceramics, and printmaking. So you didn't have photography, you didn't have jewelry, you didn't have stained glass, you didn't have fashion, all these things now,
are there.
Yeah. But even though that's the case, I'm just wondering what are the real substance.
I think, Doctor, that real substance is the ephemeral. It's that needs to be discovered, and that can't be taught in school. That's why you were asking why some students left school, and like myself, I went into performance. There was no way I was going to be taught performance at school. So that's why he talked about it earlier. It's a debate we had that actually I felt going to university like senior 4, instead of going and doing PCM, if I was going to be an artist, senior 4 is good enough. It's taught me enough to go into art practice. And the rest is really quoting, you have a degree or more skill. But so I think this can, and it's people say that art cannot be taught, and I think that's what you're asking is that can't be taught, and I think that can't be in the curriculum.
Can only be guided.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This is a very interesting subject because discussion, because I think the makers are many, and the idea of calling people artists is Western. In certain languages, we have makers who are called creators. An artist who's a singer, a matchmaker, a weaver, all of those, they are, writers, composers. They are all creators because they create something that will have a certain aesthetic value, an intrinsic value within those things we ordinarily make. It is different from each other. There are, as you say, I'm coming back to this, the idea of there are no masters as such, but then there are. Because in Namtama, where I grew up, in the village, we used to have Christmas, the best dressed couple, the best art maker, mukisawe netubeerawo ne bajja bangi ne kati omwami omu najja n'akola ka composition ke n'agenda n'agulira omukyala kagoye kwegamba you could see creativity coming through in what they were showing, and I feel that the school could probably send the students in their villages and work with the villagers and see what they can stimulate in the village as well as within themselves. I think there's a symbiotic relationship between us and the countryside, villagers, or the makers in the village. I was in Kisoro and there was a man, a blacksmith and metalsmith.
Probably that may not even be functional or exist.
Prof, I want to ask where do we place the likes of, these children who create art, singers, people who have told themselves actually exhibiting work in public spaces, in big galleries, and where do we place them in that trajectory?
Yeah,
They just put Nairobi people off the streets. Half the going to be a book. Half those artists did exactly the same.
Yes. Are they making art?
Sane Wadu, Katarikawe.
They are apprentices.
You see,
I mean,
Even if you're self-taught.
yeah,
like
even Katarikawe,
this is the point.
by doing at the art school.
I think this is the point. You see, this
Where should they
gatekeeper,
sit in it?
this gatekeeper of African art is not an African himself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay?
yeah,
So the one who decides this is African enough is not an African.
yeah.
And that one who says it's not African enough is interested in perpetuating
Certain-
that
Idea.
image of Africa, which is still primitive,
Which was the same
or
thing.
which is frozen in history. So what Katarikawe does, or even to Sime,
Yes.
is to continue that neo-primitive sort of practice
Self-taught, yes.
that appeals to the Western man who believes that Africa was at its best when it produced those masks.
As if
and
hacking the
masquerades,
system.
You know, so African art was that's when it was at its best. And if anyone today connects his art to that, what is considered the best, then that's what the Western culture is looking for. Because otherwise you make that landscape and that thing, then you become a pale copy of Rembrandt.
But there has to be a connection.
Yes.
The connection, I think, is what we are looking for. Because the person of that time and the person today, where are they going? What's the future? This one is disconnected and going that way, and this one is sort of left behind or stifled, and there's still some sort of remnants of that. There's got to be
There has to be a connection, but then they see then to see the text they show because it represents that neo-primitive, or neo-colonial tradition.
Sime is educated at that school.
But we-
What we are taught is self-contained.
I think wabalesera mu nengisalamu ng'eringa clinic.
Yes.
Wagira otekomuwa mwagira kubanga was known ku campus where I had like 20 of them. Omani how people crucified me. One day here, omusajja yava mu katale awo n'agamba omuvubukayo and he wasn't alone. Many people were gamba. But ku school buli muntu yagamba nange nkolerayo.
Mr. Sanana, this has to be part of the community. So some subjects the community fears. As an artist, you must transcend your community with them and be able to join you once like you exist in that context.
Alinga gondi katono nnyo okusaza ekirimi. Ani ono omuyimbi mazongo toyanise Eudama yayimba oluyimba naye kati nakola video ng'ayambadde nga paapa ng'ayambadde gandula n'ekikundo ekirala abantu ne bamuti abasajja bamutabukira like blasphemy of the highest degree. Oyambala otya ng'omuwana mukulu.
There's some subjects that people tell you, don't even think about doing this.
I know.
And you are like, man, I'm interested in this subject.
Nyata abazungu bo tebafaayo kubanga kati olaba ababo oli ajja n'ayokya Bible Quran nga najja ensi yonna ng'emulaba n'ayokya Quran naye gwe otandikirawo okwatandika okwokya Quran.
Naye waliwo ekintu ekyambaako nagenda nensabika Bible
ebyo byekyogerako. Ani yagamba
ekigendererwa nali njagala
reaction.
Nasty to me. Bagamba
What does that teach you about young
May I make a request?
Bintu biri we are lunchtime. Break. These things are organic. I find backcloth. The word backcloth very limiting. Backcloth. Never mind what the word Lubugo means. Near or get their backcloth. You'll be a kati olaba. Wali oyinza okugamba reject oba off card naye kati ekiteetegere it has its own natural story era waliwo n'olugero simanya ekiteetegere gye bakyagala gye bakibikka so kati gwe wojja n'ogamba reject nga cotton fabrics zino ze bajja factory reject oba damage kati tebakitunulira nti it's damage. It has other value. Exactly. But there is no way. And you say backcloth. You can't. You can't find a name for the damage backcloth. So there are all these things that can only be authentic in their natural organic.
Because the word didn't exist in the place. They didn't use it.
Exactly, they didn't use it. Your damage, but in Uganda, change.
Damage?
Yeah? Doctor, now we are serious. Ebintu mu Uganda awo kati obuuse muzungu. Ekiriyo. Damage. Nancy, but that's the whole point.
Ninge tukusobola okuwona
naye mwamitundi sensory damage olwokuba tekiriyo can be Ugandanized.
Ate tuli ku biri ebya bako bine emmotoka atugoze mu mmotoka ne pikipiki.
Okay. Actually, super is a Hindu word, means super.
Yeah.
Java, India.
That is.
In Hindi, supra means sugar.
Yes, but there was a brand okugitandika wano kiyita Bunge. Yali sukali ne because bamali mafuta mingi. But mafuta is what? Is
mafuta any oil. Yeah, it's an oil.
So mu Uganda mafuta kiki?
Mafuta.
Era gero.
Mafuta is
the present context which it is used. Depending on the context. Uganda is very
whether petroleum or paraffin or petrol. Yeah, mafuta mmeankole. Mafuta. Musigo.
Anti era era oil.
Mchara.
Wangu olyagambe
byakuteekako amafuta.
siriza mu Buganda temwalimu mafuta. Anything oil.
I'm sure there are some oils. There must have had some sort of oils.
Really?
Naye kubanga ebintu ebimu bivamu oil. Bw'osobola bivamu oil. Ate ng'abantu balukozesa.
Banga ebirala byonna obimanyamu ekimu ebiva.
But that's the beauty of language. To evolve.
Yeah.
It changes.
At school, and as far as I can remember, this is the work that really set the pace for me and made me really interested. It's the work that people saw, and for some reason they resonated with it and were like, yeah, there's something here. So, and even though I made it was really very fast. I was supposed to present some work in class. I didn't have enough work, so this really happened very fast, and I just really take care of it. I just take care of it. You guys can come close and see. So, but ever since then, I've really been trying out a couple of things. I think I'm just on fire, and a lot of things are happening in my head. So my practice has really not changed so much, but I've taken a while without working with paper. But I started with paper. Now I'm using a lot of fun materials. I'm breaking down material a lot. I'm cutting a lot. I'm adding stuff onto experimenting with 3D works. Yeah, so feel free to come and study the work that really.
What is it made with? What material?
Yeah, it's paper and tissue.
Tissue, like toilet paper?
Yep, toilet paper. Yeah.
What?
Then
Egg. Like the toilet paper is stuck on?
It's just, yeah, on top of the paper.
After drawing, like you first created the texture?
Okay. When I first added the tissue, then I put it on top.
And that's charcoal? What you're using?
It's watercolor.
Oh, it looks like it feels like ink. Which part makes it feel like ink? The mama, oh. What is it? Is it yourself? Or are you drawing yourself? Or just a portrait from your mind?
Nothing comes to mind. But I just just drawing, I think. I just drawing. Yeah, so lay the groundwork to this point. So yeah, yeah, 8 feet. No, I've like my latest work is a 3D work, so sculpture. Yeah. And I'm currently also interested in personal themes and just reflecting on my childhood, trying to get interesting points that point it. So my practice I'm still getting direction in my practice a lot. So different things keep on coming and I try them out and see what I can make.
Where did you go to school then?
Yeah. Actually I'm finishing my bachelor's end of this year. Yeah, I've gotten a few signatures, so I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Put me on the list, yeah.
Yeah.
So after that signature, I think, yeah, I'll be getting done with my bachelor's. Then get to the ends of the art industry.
But yeah, his work is really cool.
Yeah, no, his work is just that it was also
seeing
not
the pictures and seeing the work in person, it's just different. Just how rich the colors are.
Yeah,
the
he's
textures.
He always talked of
I've
color,
never seen such work
texture.
in my life.
This is cool. This one I know it very well. It's called King and Queen.
Yeah,
That's
I
my favorite.
think I also know this one.
And I think he was sold up to his the family sold it. So he didn't sell it himself.
No, the brother.
Beautiful.
Is that the exhibition where the children?
That one, yeah, it became very controversial that one. And it became turned into a family tensions and so on. And I don't know where the story ended, but there were some disagreements, you know. And I don't know how it got in his hands. I'm sure
Someone brought it to
But at some point they were saying,
and it's a family.
yes, the older son.
But yeah, in nutshell, I'm jealous of Mr. Helmut. He gets to chill in his remote side near his house, and he has a gallery by the side where he shows his whole collection.
Yeah, it's true.
It's like his personal collection.
That's necessary.
Yeah,
And his house as well.
Yes.
He has like a whole collection.
Yeah. Yeah, he also sells work, but for this exhibition, he wasn't selling, he was just showing from his personal collection.
And radio is like out of there.
Yes.
Like
You have to commit to go to radio, but
Yeah.
but I knew for me, it's important as I have this discussion to know what you're talking about. What was the work that was being produced in this era? So it's one thing to call yourself an art critic, but if you haven't seen the work, you haven't seen the work. And these guys have, Helmut was telling me he has collected ever since he was a young man, and he has amassed quite a collection of some of the artists that I will never have access to. So what happens, the thing is it's a chance of access.
And how did you get access?
My friend emailed me that invite when I was in Nairobi. He had invited them and told me I'm not going to be there, go and see this work on my behalf. It's a thing of access.
Yeah.
Especially with Uganda's legacy artists, they're in spaces where access is controlled.
Very much. Very much.
So like for me it was just a chance to see this work.
It reminds me of the time I was in Maputo. I was in Big and we went to Malangatana's house. Oh my gosh. And the beautiful thing is he had works of his contemporaries as well.
As well.
Yes, because they had a habit of exchanging works.
That was for Asiko.
Visiting, yes. Visiting each other's homes and exchanging works. And like that's why I was like, oh, like when you brought that sculpture, I was like, this is really beautiful and it's something we're missing now. Because then there's a time I almost bought Ian's work when I could afford it. Now I look at it and I'm like, now I want your work back.
Friendship is not the character.
You know?
Yeah.
No, but it's quite important because it's long since he died. But then when you go, he literally has a home that's like 3 floors of his work, and then his friends' work, and then a library of all the books from like biology books, chemistry books he used to, exactly, school books that he used to interact with.
That makes me think of what you were thinking about for yourself as well.
It's really,
Sometimes really trying to think about how to create, what did you call it? Like an archive of your own work and sort of show it. Because people really come to visit you, and many times they are finding work in progress and it's going to be shown. Someone probably might not return,
Because once these works leave the country, then you can't afford them again. And you're like, how do we have these works? Can we do things where we exchange works, where we like, because
That's a big aspiration.
Traces
Have my
of such
private
work.
gallery space near my home. Collect stuff that I'll share to my friends, right? I want to know
Yeah.
that these things escape our wishes.
Yeah, I know. We got to do it. Because you see, like now, we would be the artists, the young artists, and visitors, and so on. They would enjoy visiting your home, seeing.
More we should make private museums and collections.
Yeah, it made me think about, like, I remember when we were doing book, I kept on asking myself, what should I start with? But I had my samba gown, but I'd keep it like, you hang a dress on. Then I went, I was like, you can show this work. I remember asking the curator, I was like, I sent him the images, I was like, this is my work, man. Look how glorious it looks, But it was just the space and the wisdom on, if I have my work, how do I show it in a way that I can feel like is bequeathing of what it is, what it says. So that was me, and I was like, so maybe this is a starting, like, show your own work. Have a space to show.
It's very nice in Nairobi. Every now and then I have clean up my house, which I already just useless, and exhibit around the house. And then call people. That's very good. I started at the museum, and then encourage other artists to do it. And like you say, they come from 10 o'clock, and they don't come in a big chunk. They come throughout the day, and that also does a lot.
Because when I see my friends who are starting out as artists, they came out as solo in a gallery, and I'm asking them, do you really want, do you even need this exhibition? But for them, they believe it's like a rite of passage. Or to me, I would like it to be a curator, because you understand that it's sort of a white cube that will make your exhibition. It's the art, and how well you present it to people, depending on the space you have. But you see young men, and I hope you don't fall victim for this, who are going to sell their leg for solo exhibitions. And I'm like, it's a good thing to have a solo, but you should never extend yourself just for the having a space of a gallery. Like, you're eventually going to get there, the work is good. But you find young people sort of like overextending themselves, but also pressure. And you're like, why are you anxious? You find the man panting, saying, it's solo exhibition. Please, why? But it's a thing. And you could show that, I tell guys, when you've had the biggest challenge, the biggest video being in school, you have access to an audience and you don't even know the size of it. But they sort of like have this idea that it's levels, that I'll get out of school, I'll find a gallery, I'll have a debut solo show, and I'll be an artist. And what is me so much whenever I see it happening in artists? I'm like, why are you like this?
What you're saying is come out and start selling a
Not even just selling.
But also the pressure. You see, it's because of the exposure, internet. You see young people in America, galleries, driving, and especially now with Ghanaians and Nigerians and South Africans. Young guy, 27, out of university, big show, big car, big house.
Yeah.
So that pressure, Instagram, it speaks to you and you're like, I need to do this.
For example, I've been practicing since I left my country in 2017, and I've been trying to push my practice on Instagram, like posting my works, my progresses, and I've seen like people coming to my account, like they want my work. Like I happened to get someone who was willing to buy my work at any price. I was like, yeah. Now, for me, I'm used to.
Yeah, I know, but they also
because I was used to selling to the locals, like just to survive. If someone likes it, then someone is like, how much? Even I said $800 US. The guy sent me the money. I was like, okay, now city kids.
That's also the problem with other artists. Because you have to like, people will come to you and good art. And they'll be like, you have this money, want to give it to you. And your choice will be, who am I going to work with? You don't ask yourself, that money is not free. But you sort of like earn it. Because like, and what kind of pressure is there? But someone is getting off a good predatory contract with gallery. Yeah. Someone will be like, I'm very fast phone call, you want like $40,000. No royalties, and you can't work with anyone else for a decade. So you have to be careful that you get this right. You don't get where it's coming from. But I hope you make it.
Yeah, I'm glad to show you guys my works I've been doing and how I'm transcending with the practice still now. I don't know.
Joachim's work.
Yeah, I'm watching that. Yeah, these are some of the pieces. Now this was about the self-composition. I just tried to compose myself in different projects. At first I was inspired by the artists who were growing by the times I left in my country. There are those colorful artists and I was attracted to their colors. So I tried also to start. This is one of my now this art now started growing myself, because in the first place I was trying to get inspired from other artists, but now here I was trying to go into my own feeling. Yeah. These are recent ones, and for these works I'm trying to explore more the interplay of colors. I don't know if I can zoom in very well. This is oil, so I'm trying to see how I can develop these interplay, but clean ones with heavy strokes. Now like this one, these ones I work this lady, the girl, she gave occasion with my friend. Together again, she gave one photo that the man when she got married to was the same blood, and we always used to call this my young sister, as it was yes my sister, because we are the same blood. So we got that attachment. Now, some of them are get the images from internet, but I'm glad, by the way, that you have to do yourself like you have to keep the originality, and sometimes you have to go away from the other works. And I've been trying to see that I do my own composition. This was just commissioned. This was a self one, except I just to my friend. This one was a self composition. Most of the kids we stay together. Yeah. This one I think if you know, there is some lady on the internet is called how the mother, how they say come and see that giving this doesn't maybe do something, but in the process of doing that, there is some verbal exchange they have. Now, so the way they put person in the information, that is yeah. So that's what I was trying to portray. But at the moment, still, because I've just gone back to university, and I think but now here I'm going into deep to see how can I bring in a message, because the other way is more of expression. I love it, but the message might not be too much for everyone. Yes.
That's it.
And I did this one last semester because it was so heavy. It was so heavy on me because I have a family. It was so heavy on me, and this campus was getting so tough. Like you have to manage everything. I commute from Entebbe. You have to see you survive. So I was like, but still the books, because I gave myself time. I was like, I have to go back to school and learn something, but still have for my books. No one covered denga made us young, but there is some hope in the what? In the books. And so far I have here I have to play with some cultural thingies. Now, so far this is some of my works I've been doing this semester for drawing classes. No, Jambo. I think if there is a lecturer, he's called the so it's my good friend. We are trying to see that I improve somewhere, because in the past, yes, I knew how to play with colors, but there is what we call growth, because there is a time I reached, I could see like I'm not doing something new, like I was at the wall and I had to penetrate to another level. So I'm trying to, I'm in the progress. Yeah, these are self-compositions. I compose myself in different poses, and I try to see that I get something from them. Yeah, I wished I could travel with them, but
This is good. Thank you very much. I should have got a slide projector here. Thank you. Are you convinced that definitely you have to go back to study and...
Because,
I want to have more understanding. You see, in the first place...
Oh, it's just a piece of paper. I have a degree.
No. You see, and it's that, okay, you see, doctor. The thing is, doctor, you see the thing is, you see, when I finished my country with a diploma in 2017, I went into
From where?
So when I finished, I was practicing because I loved art, and for the lit I had, I practiced it. And during that time, I don't remember any history work I did. Okay, I don't even remember the topics we covered. But as I was trying to go deep, I could start having my online classes, like try to learn from different artists. What is this teaching about? Okay, even started visiting exhibitions, started visiting different artists. So you see that there is a need, because there are those who are at campus. You find that some of them come at an expense of the parents. But I went back to get some understanding, because there are some things that I feel some history, understanding how could this do this, how could maybe like this guy could paint Standard Germany so right, how could we come up and paint down this area? What was the reason? In the first place you can watch the picture, yes, and there is no interest. But if you want to go in and understand why, then that's where you should understand more why you did that. And if you get something. Yes. If you do that, then you are getting something. Besides doing the exams and pass.
You are define and explain why.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
And not explaining why, but finding, understanding the work. Why did this person, now for example, the cubism work that you, yes, Picasso, those 5 ladies. Yes. So if you read and understand, you see how interesting it was, and then you come how to get the idea. You start with the flow and you see now how to make more yes,
That's the point really is if into the African mass and the conversely, at school we are beginning to learn in Africa. Then we are trying to determine and reform the African mass and introducing many drawing and perspective and anatomy. So in other words, whereas Picasso is benefiting from the African mass, the young African student in Africa is not benefiting from those masses. Rather, is going to overseas and rather than building on what Picasso had started and continuing with it, no, we go and perspective and anatomy. There is no perspective here, interesting perspective for anatomy that you see. But let's not suggest that what they got was wrong. But for the schools not to build our own vocabulary.
But you also castrated, especially in the West, if you continue that narrative. Like, Papa Picasso. You know that if you do anything, and then of course there are artists that have resisted and have continued, but they've made, of course, from gatekeepers, strong resistance, including actually so-called, Marx. I mean, you probably know King Harry. He was a graffiti street artist who eventually started to do like symbols. He did it over and over and became very famous. So any art, and we all know that most African tribes have these symbols, especially in so you find artists who were beginning to become painting these symbols, but even in our country, we have some in West Africa is even common. So they made resistance because they are always compared to King Harry. Oh, you're trying to be like him. But every interview, everywhere, like so that's also another challenge.
Yeah, after that's what we do. Yes. You are Muslim because I'm an African. Also is from Europe. How can I be? I know. Okay.
But Dr. coming back to the question the why part, like asked him why did you bring that?
I was also going to ask that one. Even Sandra, I think I will go to you.
Because sometimes, unless you know what you are in for in that school, sometimes can walk you in a wrong direction. You know, what can I say? Yeah, you know, the good thing is you have this strong background. You are in this school. You want to be exposed. You want to learn about histories of other people and then learn from them and so on. That's okay. But some other students could be very vulnerable or impressionable, and you end up painting like you are professor, or imagining that what he's saying is entirely correct, not trying to find yourself or try to reveal yourself. So you see, you need to.
If you really admire someone,
yeah.
And you try to bring them
yeah.
as you grow.
To yourself, exactly.
Yeah, there's something Shana also said about, maybe you can talk about the 2 students you teach in Nairobi.
Yes, yes, I was teaching young Saturday, privileged kids from all over the world.
Yeah.
And they come like 10 o'clock and they stay now. And I noticed the difference between them. There were some Japanese children, Americans, Indian, etc. And all the Caucasian kids, almost. I said, well, let's do this. No, you're funny. Why?
I know.
And the Japanese child did it first before. Then he said, why did I do it? Why did I start here? But the others children, they argue.
Yeah,
Before,
even before they start.
about something they don't know.
Yeah.
You were teaching them. And that makes a whole lot of difference in the approach.
Yeah.
But it's like, my idea is that you're way to Mombasa, you can go by air, you can go by foot, you can go by train, all the way, all the roads leads to heaven.
I remember when I was a student, I remember this was a rather unique maybe situation. In my second year especially, Nagenda and Musango and Solio disagreed, on many things. And each one of them was teaching us. So you'd make work. This is work from Nagenda, this is work from Musango, this is work, So you have a body of work which Nagenda approves, but Musango does not. And then you have, like that. So if you're not strong-hearted, you become confused and bewildered, and maybe,
But maybe when you try to learn what you say, you must overcome it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If maybe if you are mindful, if maybe you are mindful, like if you're learning from someone, still you have to be mindful. You should learn the aspects of how it comes to do the work, and rethink it of how you can do it in your own way.
Yeah.
To have an understanding.
Exactly. I mean, of course, you have got to make your own interpretation.
It has to be interesting.
Doctor, this brings me to one thing that was quite common in art school, where you'd never see lecturers work. If they're working in a studio that is closed off. When you went for a consultation, they would open, get out, close the door.
Students
Yes.
Yes.
But it's dying out, I guess.
I think it is. I think there was a period when those tensions were very obvious. But there's one exhibition called Different But One.
Yes.
Where these lecturers display their work. You get to see their work.
You get to see their work, but you never get to see the process.
Okay.
And I think not engaging with a studio process, for me, of lecturers or people who you hold in high regard, also robs a student of possibilities that they can do. There's definitely
But Trau, for example, never did any work herself because she thought that students would think that maybe this is how to do it, rather than students, discovering themselves and so she was very clear about this, especially because she was sheltering her students from Western, Western art. So on one hand, it's nice to get access to people's studios and processes and so on. On the other, as a student, I think you are better off just doing what you think you are, and because then your professor might think that, oh, okay, so that's how they do it.
Then what happens with, because like William Kentridge has a program where he has
Bad idea.
I think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, the Center for the
Center for Learning.
Yeah, where he I don't know if
The
that's
project
the
is
one.
called the Bad Idea or the
Center for the Bad Idea.
Okay, where he has young sort of mentors, young artists. You can come and maybe spend a year working in his studio or things like that. And also, of course, doing residencies. For me, I've done like quite a number of residencies, and having that experience of going from one studio to the other and visiting studios has really also opened my mind to possibilities. Kind of like, oh, that's another way you can do something. That's another way you can do something. How else can I do it in a way that is not exactly like what this person is doing? But like I think that's where I get to now like work with sound, work with paper, work with paint, like be able to do all these different things because of these possibilities that are there. I always found it very problematic, and I remember I think the very first question I asked you in our first week of orientation in art school.
I remember
because we came and you showed us all the incredible work that lecturers had done, and for some reason not many students work. And then I asked, okay, if this is what you have done, what's the work of your students? Because then I was worried at that point. I was like, I have come to art school and no students' work was showing through. It was like, oh, we've designed this money, we have done this, there's this at Kololo, like, things like that. And you see it's lecturers' projects and stuff. Okay. It takes me to also the question of modern art and how I got to learn about many of we learn it, but like very cartoon in art school. You're learning about Picasso, Rembrandt, all these Caravaggios and things like all that stuff you're learning. But then it will be very hard to learn about Madame Teresa in detail. You'll see an artwork, there's this work done in this year, and East Africa is kind of compressed in over 3 pages. I don't know, but it's really small.
No, we have to write our own book.
No. Actually, you give references of the lecturers' work in the university that you see now.
Yes, but then it's just
I think, that was very common then, I'm sure. Third year now is dedicated to the art of Africa, art of East Africa. We've start from the bigger picture to the small, and Dr. Kabito has a habit, which is a good one, of taking students out into the field and go to Amgenyi, photoist, and they come back with materials, centers of culture in different places, and then they come back and they create their own interpretation of what they have seen in groups. And this is the other point, that working in groups rather than you as an individual. And then they set up an exhibition of that experience. So you have got an exhibition of works derived from that trip that looked at cultural sites. So knowledge is generated. How did they generate that knowledge, they themselves, and how can you learn from them? and generate your own knowledge that has resonances with the way you live today. You know? So I understand and agree with what you're saying, but I also know that these days there are certain things that have changed a bit.
But I'm thinking actually.
I think you've seen some of that work, have you?
A bit, that's not all of it. But I think that also draws into the bigger picture of the lack of literature. Because I mean, even me, Mr. Banada was a good friend. But I was actually almost painting like Mr. Banada because he was also our teacher. So to navigate the art school, like you're saying, you either paint like Mr. Bernard and you get 8 out of 10, or you paint like Mr. Kabito and you get 2. So, but really, it was hard to already see the process. I mean, and I'm beginning now to is part of the bigger narrative of the lack of information and pictures and the because people were hiding, really. You hide in your studio, and because even the only person I remember, Mr. Sengende used to, at least he would bring a painting at one point. Most students didn't like his work. But I liked it, but it was, you know, but at least he would smile and be, you see, like the color. Very passionate. But of course, most students would be like, because they know there is Mr. Bernard down there. But at least there's one guy who would bring a piece. But seeing the lecturer's work, it was great. Even together but one, different but one. They would bring older works, the same works, which I think was a bit. Because right now, if you look at, for instance, the music, really it's people are inspired by the people they see and the sound they hear. If they see like Chameleon now in Uganda, most people came off, or even Bobby Wine, you see everyone now wants to speak or to do music like Bobby Wine or like Bebe Code. But along the way, of course, they come into their own. But these are like their role models, and they're like, comedian. And they also get this energy that if he can make it, because if you see a ghetto guy like Bobby Wine driving an Escalade.
It's heavy.
So an Escalade. So you get inspired to work, and you might even come like him. You know the songs, but so.
Professor Nagel has asked me to write a book about the story of Makerere School. And I think I like the challenge, and I have got enough material to write it, even if it's not a big volume. Those are the things that I'm
stories from the students now.
Yes. Okay.
What we've been discussing is very interesting, because going back to the African masters, who I call masters in the countryside, where somebody is an artist or a maker and has a school, and this person starts as a family and they create certain carvings or certain things, and then it grows and grows, and some of them splinter groups go away and they create their own, but they know the techniques, they know the wood, they know. And so this person eventually, like, he's the master who's, or make this one, correct this one, do this thing, you know, I mean, so that everything is exposed. Makers are learning, creating and learning. I was wondering what you think of artists as a business. Because you see, see.
Yeah.
When do you see them?
Instead of trying their own. So they try to reason why they shouldn't. No, just encourage them. That this is the way.
You're right.
And sometimes even demonstrating, is also something that could be problematic, When,
Yes.
when you draw and demonstrate, it means that there's one way of doing that thing. And if you depart from this one way, then your assessment is going to be poor. So there's also that aspect. Oh, I must see how he's doing it, or else I will not get good marks if I don't fit in his his description of what it should be.
But then if you, how do you hack a system that you don't understand?
Oh,
You have to hack the system.
We are trying to protect them.
Yeah.
But with the pedagogy might work if you make it clear. You're just demonstrating. This is no way reflection. The only way of doing it. Because that's not clear.
Ask the question, like, you have an assessment. How we already said that you can't teach art. Art is something which is innate. So how are you assessing it? Okay. I'm just repeating what came out
Yeah,
of the
you're guiding.
conversation. You're guiding.
Yeah, art,
So-
teaching art is you're guiding. You're not necessarily teaching, but you're guiding
Okay, so
and
you're
skills. Yeah, yeah.
But then the question is like, okay, if it's an assessment, what's the criteria? Because so is it that at the end of the day, art is so subjective. Some one person will like what another one does not. So yeah, it goes back to the pedagogy, like the actual function of
People need to sort of like realize that pedagogy serves our needs. When Margaret Royal came in here, she saw a pedagogical gap in her view, which she filled, right? And if in our end we see pedagogical gaps, that should say we go some sort of demonstration. We can always craft these things.
or even like peer-to-peer learning.
Yeah. The whole thing with pedagogy is just thinking about the skills you want to transfer and the best way you think that can be done. For me, like, I'm really optimistic that at tertiary level at university, it's more malleable. If you're dealing with adults here, like, yes, as long as you set the guideline and be like, yes, I'm demonstrating to you my practice and how I've learned to do this thing, how to evolve from this, to do your thing.
I think that needs to start from my childhood. Mother, is spoon feeding, literally. Spoon
But
feeding.
it's wishful thinking to sort of think outside from a lower sort of like childhood.
Also, I don't know, I get it's like the power of residences. Isn't it that you go and find people doing so much of what you thought, you were individually, uniquely,
The power of the
Not
residence,
necessarily.
and then you just like,
It's a bit
I
different.
think the power of the residency versus the school is that you're going there to explore. The problem is that school is
An
not
outcome.
set up for you to explore because there's an assessment. So because there's an assessment, means you're going to try and fit yourself into what the assessment requires so that you can pass and get your degree.
Because when I studied
And the
education,
residency.
I did my degree, my bachelor in education. Assessment is one of the things they teach you. I don't realize how flexible assessment is until it is taught to you as a teacher. You realize you have metrics, you have targets, goals aimed for your students. But how you assess them is something valuable. And I think also my career over time it will change with the students and the way how you say. I think this has to be encouraged. This has to be encouraged. Students to understand that their lecturers are not gods. They're human beings that are acquiring skills over time. They can be transferred. Yeah, not only that lecturer you're talking about has got to have the capacity to see value and the good, even if it doesn't work like me, work differently. That difference has to be seen as a merit,
but not something that I think not that you're not like maybe it's not really.
Yeah, but I think the greater reason really was to protect their art form because I mean it happens and it's always also on intuition. You know that the student when the student sees exactly. But also the bigger picture, what Mr. Sana was talking about, is what the white man now brings in, which we never thought about as Africans, copyright. Because for them, copyright, intellectual property, it's your property, it's like land. So for them, that's why, and if most of these lecturers eventually know that if this one has a style like mine, how am I going to it's almost like monopoly. Because copyright is really, the value knowing that this is my copyright. Yeah, so, and
So then I would ask, how do people like Jeff Constable, what is that?
he has a copyright, the licenses.
You have your whole studio.
Yeah.
50 guys helping you.
Yeah, they are employees.
They're not doing any creative
That's
action.
Yeah.
How do like
They are
how
not
does
their
he
own.
control that?
No, because you are in a studio, you pay, and if you're out of the studio, you're licensed to make a certain copies, to make limited edition, to make your licensed under the
That's very interesting.
yes.
So how does that?
If they decided to go home and they make a
Yeah, they would be sued.
They could be so
For copyright infringement.
So how do you sort of interpret that in a space like here with no infrastructure?
That's why that's why you sometimes need to safeguard.
That's why you don't show people your work.
Yes, until
Of
it's
course,
out.
of course.
Exactly, until
Because
it's
I
out.
don't know,
Yes.
for some reason, I have thought that it's like one of the ways to protect human is to put it out as much as possible. It's like
If you have capacity.
and in as
So that
I
people,
don't
when they see it,
yes they
they
can't know. It's like
That's
it's our
if
protection.
you
I
have
already
capacity.
Because I
So I don't understand how you can be, unless you comment exactly.
also
Yeah.
but also like I'm thinking about
lecturers, like what Sandra is trying to say, don't put out that much. In a year, he might work on 5 paintings, and then before you know, the student is active, aggressive, doing then he has an exhibition with 50 work, and before you will bring your exhibition as a lecturer, I have an exhibition in Sheraton. Please. But lecturers have, it's a time thing. Lecturers are in class teaching. They don't have that much time to paint. Yes, exactly. And people like Jeff Koons, even Jeff Koons, you must have the capacity for you to do any mass. You must, Jeff Koons has all the money. In fact, he had people investing first. Even actually Mahama, you guys see Mahama. I know Mahama's story. I know he has not talked about it. But he had to get someone to invest almost $100,000 before he even came up.
When they talked about his father,
so that
Because his father was an investor. To know that, okay, this is what you want to do. You come and you must do it in mass and bring it for people to mark you as mark it as yours.
Once you have done that, you have to
Exactly.
You can't
Exactly.
you can't be like
another one that
try.
So you know these games.
But you say it's like
these things are proven.
But
you reasonable doubt.
But art is about working and producing. If you don't produce, or you produce 2 pieces, you're done. You're finished. You need to keep working and producing.
However, that said,
I guess it's like
I still think maybe I refer to myself. My style, I don't use a formula to do it, what I do. And I doubt if somebody can copy me, because I the way I work is intrinsically, instinctively within my psyche. And so for me to copy or not to copy, I really don't get it.
Like
Because I don't use a formula. If it is a formula, okay, fine.
I think about that thing. Who was the student who Margaret Cho brought from the seminar? Is it and Gregory Magabul. And then it's like, because he's a human being, but he needed to start there so that he knows that's not what I want to paint. Like I don't want that. I don't want nice religious. I want to paint club life, man. That's what I enjoy. But it's like, maybe you can only find that language by studying. I guess that's that. Like in a way.
But now, Sandra, if we bring money attached, if a painting has sold for 10,000 yesterday, Sandra, I was a painting 10,000. In the next 2 weeks, 20 artists will be painting almost the same exact painting. Because cash that's the line.
Spend 2 years without painting.
Yes.
Do you think someone is going to come and make a Zenson like painting?
No, it's because also okay, this is the other thing. Okay, actually all these sentiments. I also work in a way. Of course it becomes part of your process. But I also make it harder that of course it becomes my signature, but it's also harder for someone to just come and do copy like that. It's hard because I go through the process. If you're to copy, thank you very much. But the process is the process is
really try, my friend. We take your painting and they reproduce.
Yes,
masters.
Yes.
They reproduce so many masters of Europe that people couldn't tell. Okay? Now they take your picture and part of all the photographing is technology. And they separate the colors. And the little guy sits down there and he draws. And he can reproduce any painting you want.
Mchala Teresa, you saw the works that I'm working on.
Yes.
You look at it, some artists trying to do this work.
Yes.
You have to go through crazy torture. You know?
So is this like a period? You're like, is this torturing you now? Before you make that, you're like,
no, it's of course it's my part of my process, but so all these layers actually. I mean, look at Anish Kapoor. The other thing is also I can decide to do ugly work that I know no one is going to do. And it happens. And you are the only one, because at the end of the day, sometimes DNA of your work is very necessary, your fingerprint.
Yeah.
That people wonder why, even after death, many years, artists eventually come up. Because there is nothing like it. Even if it was bad art, it was the only time, it was the only in its time. So and that we have to be careful as artists, as we try also to follow movements and things without having who you are in the work. So for me, my work, actually everyone knows it's tiresome. Even when you look at it,
you try to look it
it's hard like that, you know. So I think that's also necessary in terms of if you create. I mean, if you look at Mr. Sana's work, man, going through the process of making the beads and stringing them.
No, it's torture.
I know. But that's what makes it. That's what makes it Sana.
So you yes. Good luck.
So
and it's like, doesn't that run back to that whole thing? It's like you find, there's this thing called abstracts. I'm like series that talks about different, like the guy who created the Nike shoe, the one. So there's this one artist who everyone was complaining about because his paintings.
Is that a podcast?
No, I think it has a podcast and it has a visual, but he just like does this straight line. Like his work, in fact, when he participated in that abstract thing, his work went down because he showed how quick he makes a work. Like and they're just like, I have a huge white paper, and then he just like marks and it's like how I feel, I come. And it like really, like it killed his practice, to be precise. Because there was no judge. It's like, you mean it's not to judge. So what we are looking at is not to, yes. But then it's like, then thinking about like, so is that the thing? Like 21, that really, you feel you're creating, but you must also put these two elements, as a way to just exactly, and especially as African, because the conversation around, especially when you're repurposing material, the largeness of elements is, and that's how it's really going to, in Mahama is covering building. You're like, yo, the lever, look at that thing. It's
nobody's going to adapt.
Like before you even say, okay, the work you're on. It's like the massive, but maybe because of Crystal,
15 years.
Crystal had done it before.
7 years.
True,
Crystal,
with nice.
like 7 years.
So true, yes.
Working on a project.
That's exactly.
Here you have at most a year, like pursuing permits, because like Crystal used to get permits, environmental, whatever, health. What if like for instance the gates? These were simple works in a park, but he had to interview parks, interview environmentalists, interview health, city council, and it took him 7 years to get all the permits that he needed to do that one piece of work. So already, as you think of all these layers, that already someone you would have given up already if you like Uganda. Yeah, but you keep.
Coming back to this. Who is going to copy this anyway? You'll be surprised.
Oh my gosh, like if I've met calls now.
This is
the bump bigger.
This is a bump. This is a mouth. And these are the legs. And this is the horns. This is the bull. This is the job. Wow. And this is art from north part of Cambodia, where you find this kind of soapstone. And we make earrings, we make cars, we make toys for children, we make all kinds of things.
And this was made by
Oh yes. Wow. This
was modernist.
That's what I wanted to do.
That's for what
Because for me, it's a very modern piece.
Do you know who made it? I mean, like, okay, maybe that's not the question. Like, it was made in some kind of a studio, in a collective. Is somebody?
It's a collective.
Yeah.
It's like a home.
A
home with a master carver and apprenticeship. So he could have been a master carver, and the others are coming little ones, because it could be a herd of cows. They do produce things later.
We have found it.
And the funny thing is, these are people who did not go to school. They know nothing about contemporary art.
But he's created this. They cut. They have a way of knowing the cutting system. It's like, and then
Today, is there some kind of
there is a tradition there because as far as I remember, right in the 60s, we had some Ramadan objects in soapstone in the Uganda crafts in different types. No,
the
this is a different
Kisi.
This is Karamojo. And so as time goes on, they change. Some had cows with this, and goats and objects. But then there are those carvers out of groups who become individualistic. And they carve it.
And who buys them?
Oh, I have
No.
Serena.
You bought them from Karamoja. Who buys them from them?
From them? I knew a guy. They have young men. Traders.
Expatriates?
I knew a guy called Ramadan who would pack these things on a lorry, bring them to Mombasa, or to Nairobi, and then he would go to craft shops trying to sell.
So this work is not circulating amongst the Karamojong themselves?
No. Among themselves, they have their little dolls for children.
Yeah.
But then these bigger ones, they go out to.
They are made for the tourists.
Yeah. This one, I supply Serena Hotel.
Yeah.
In their rooms, you will see it on floors, and so I sometimes look for things of interest to put in their small areas, and I came across these, and I kept one and gave them the others.
So do they know the value, like this one would be how much?
Oh, as makers,
yes,
when you buy from them,
300,000,
200,000. That kind of thing. 50, 60, depends on the size. Yeah. But if this is not that price now, because it's in the hands of somebody who knows the value of this thing, and I wouldn't just sell it.
One of the things that are really disturbing, you get out of the airport in South Africa, and you see colleague baskets, beautiful things, which are not in Kampala.
Yeah.
Because they have sold them abroad.
Yeah.
And they're so expensive.
Yes.
So now airports can help that. Or this making almost like printing out of one country and take it to another.
Yes.
And the more important the country is, the better they display all the things that are making a difference. And that's how that artist goes further than the painting.
Well, you can't blame businessmen.
Yeah.
Traders. They will come and buy.
Why can't you?
Well, no, you can blame them if you wish.
Why?
But you know, you can blame them if you wish.
What do they call it?
It is like saying, this brain
In
has
South
come.
Africa, they are paying top dollar, and the villager in Tungamo is paying 10,000.
Something doctor said that Africa.
The guy who reached out to him paid $800, you know, and he sold off the work.
No, I was in
a small margin between craft and art. I want you to expand on that because now I see it.
Yeah.
There is
That's the thing.
now, but also you have to stretch the conversation a little bit and say, you know, you have art, crafts, you have in art what you call quiche. Even so, in crafts you call something called quiche. So,
It's true.
and this one is very intense, you know, and I find it very, you know.
I actually thought you had done it in your studio or something.
Yeah.
No, I wrote it as a discussion piece to show what I read from your piece.
Yes.
So I was looking, what can I take?
Yeah.
So I thought I should take this one. Yeah.
I would like to see more of what they do. You know, when
I'm
you see
going
one
to
of,
find out more
yeah,
about how they make and how they sell and
because
they
also to write about them, because you know Makonde have their tradition,
Yes.
the Akamba have something, but it looks like this one is also something
absolutely
that no one has paid much attention to, and yet it has, you know, there's a voice in this.
yeah.
And there's something that's going on. So I don't know. So they.
It should be nice to come work to come and work with
Stylization is really impressive.
Oh.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Like, you have to contend with that.
Like to get in time to present this guy, take a whole lot of stones, and then you come into material art school, and the student doesn't have to sign up, they sign up and work with you.
Yeah, yeah.
And being what they are, they may think of other images, having learned the skill, how the stone is done.
It's true.
I did something like that in my master's. I went to Gaba and worked with a boatmaker. And I asked him to go against his boatmaker, like why he makes a boat the way it is. So we made a boat where it was like going, looked like a cross. And he just held the tail like, now you see this one, it can't pass through the water. So we just had like this conversation around, like, you know, but these are rules that have been made, but you can break them because you are the one that makes all. You have that power to break them.
To survive on water or or to
It just spins it.
This is an open walk.
It's like, is it a cow?
Just two legs. Well, there could be four if you wished. There are 2 legs.
Yeah, but then for this person to think like this, like it's okay for it to have 2 legs. And for the mouth to look like
And
that.
this is the hump.
Yeah. Even the horns, they're just very suggestive.
Yeah. Yeah, of course the material is
Yeah, the material dictates.
dictates, yeah. Some degree.
Like sessions like this open your mind up to that. It's like, 'cause as an artist, you're in your studio, you know, practicing. But maybe you'd think, let me go do a residency. Because I saw it's a now sharing, and it can be self-funded.
It could be a residency, but for me, the way I see it, I like to do a to mine some of those stones and bring them over,
And bring them down.
and then work with them. You
But what if the point is to work with them
In that environment.
in that like
Yeah, that's
change?
true.
There's a guy in Nairobi, sorry, in Ukambani. I brought him Kamba cards. Goods. So you could play them it's the same thing. You go up there, bring a guy with his rocks, put them in Makerere or somewhere, and then he starts to carve.
Yeah.
And then he will show you because there must be a way the tools that they use.
Carving, I mean, I've carved
There's a
stone
fire,
before.
there's a little fire.
Yes.
But then the question is what happened to this
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And if you're writing about it, that's
Yeah.
also very
It's very true. Yeah, true.
because the Makonde stories also, I mean, because sculptures also have those stories.
Like you said, even the macro makers,
Exactly.
even people weaving
Yeah,
masks.
actually, those stories.
Tosirikira magezi siyinza kusirikira magezi mba mubbi nze okusirikira amagezi mbuzi bagibuuliza mbazzi eri ku muddo yeebiisa mbayigiriza kuluma yaguze enzi kuteruma kundi ate enzi kwetta mwenzi muli mu maziga mukenenya atutwala kayi eri ku muddo ekola ki bagibuuliza mbazzi eri ku muddo ekola ki bagibuuliza mbazzi eri ku muddo ekola ki wadde batukubiriza obutasonga lunwe mu bweka lutuuzizzaamu tetuyinza kubuusa mputtu y'abantu maaso oluusi eba mputtu y'abantu okuba nti akantu kakyatuutula atankala byentontoma wano twafunako ettutumu mu kukatuula ku nfeete ne fire lutaaya yakatutottolera kawomukagga kasolya twasuulayo gwa naggamba bwe tutaakyuse mu nkola kakyatutuntuza mbuzi bagibuuliza mbazzi
Oh, that's fantastic.
Lost in translation. Sorry. I'll do something for you, Kaborism, but this is our still actually at university.
Still,
I wrote this.
Hey,
This is, it's called maybe shun the rebels when they come to the village. Shun the rebels when they come to the village. Shun the rebels when they come to the village. Because when they come to the village, you know you finish. To the rebels, you lose your life or even your wife or even both. If you live up north, you know who is boss. If you slow in your steps, your blood flows. First they sack the heart, then catch up with one. Tie you up, then touch the heart up. Give up you city dwellers that say you drown through the back, like a heart has exit out of the back. Shun the rebels when they come to the village. Shun the rebels when they come to the village. Because when they come to the village, once a rebel, always one. That's how I know one when I see one. What the heck, I'll even almost vote for one. Still I still a broke one. Skill doesn't pay, school fees unpaid, babies underfed. Some of these troubled rebels, some in three-piece suits, some in the bush. Once a rebel, he always be one. Shun the rebels when they come to the village. Shun the rebels when they come to the finger right mother. Though I was younger, can I not remember time without a father, same time of bad weather, with backlog bed covers, mornings of leftovers, your totem and hungers, finger right mother. How can I not remember time without a father when rebels came into the village? Finger right mother. Remember those very days of coups and curfews, days when by days bodies were found dead on verandas, days when a good Uganda was the dead one. Days, those very days of coups and curfews. Why not shun the rebels when they come to the village? Because when they come to the village, you know you finish. Shun the rebels when they come to the village. Shun the rebels when they come to the village. Why?
Welcome them when they come to the town. Are these available somewhere?
Yes.
Well, some yes.
And others just spontaneous.
Yeah, others are, like this one actually I wrote it, so I was almost even freestyling. It's because I wrote it way back, the time of Connie, really. So it's funny how I can even remember some words, but some eventually become songs, really. So I've recorded some like 3 albums. Yeah, so in fact my other album is supposed to come out this year. So most of them start as poems and they become songs. Sometimes they become songs and along the way they turn into poems. But and sometimes obviously they are inspired by maybe my work through painting or installation, what's prevailing.
So your work is modern, so far as it is a combination of performance, poetry, fashion and everything. Because after all, that's what our forefathers did. You know? And if our forefathers practiced modernism, then modernism is still with us today and has always been there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I think also, and I think we've also talked about it a bit, where there is a box, a canon. So some things, you know, people want to brand you, you know, like, and I think that's why eventually Anatsui rose through the ranks, because his work wouldn't be put in a box or be branded per se. So it had multiple narratives. You would say this is a tapestry, or this is sculpture, or this is a hanging, or this is a painting, or, you know, so those many layers eventually And that's why I think also it was harder to pinpoint Africans, I think. Yeah, because everything was done, the homestead, things would.
It starts with the Kente cloth and next with panels.
Yeah.
That decorates. Uses the router, makes markings and prints them, and then he starts collecting those bottle caps and strings them together with copper wire and so on.
He keeps experimenting.
Yeah.
And researching
and then that's the Africanness is inherent in the fact that they grew from that experience and memory.
Yeah.
Probably. So whoever is claiming or suggesting that that work is not African enough, that is African enough, is actually, as far as the nursery is concerned, there's no clear line between this is African, this is not.
But also because probably they've not been in Africa. Because you see, for us everything is almost by intuition. Blue band cup, container becoming a cup or a glass is natural. Or become storage.
That's the strength.
It's you don't even think about it. There is a famous designer from West Africa. He's called Zuli Bet. He lives in Paris. So you see it when you or even many years before that, second-hand clothing. You would either go if you want to have mended, or you would cut off the arms or you would wear it upside down or whatever. All these things were done mainly to repair. If you're going to repair holes, damages, you cross. That's exactly what he did. And like when he eventually went to Paris and got this second-hand clothing from Mali and reworked them, he became a phenomenon there. He became big news because for them they've not seen anything like this. For us, it's almost an everyday.
It's a commonplace.
Yeah, it's a commonplace thing.
And the beauty of it is that when it is transformed, it achieves a new dimension. And this new dimension creates a new modern kind of approach. We don't see it any longer as the other thing anymore. We're creating a new thing altogether.
Is that what Maché Duchamp did?
Yeah, almost.
More or less, he goes to the junk and picks up the rhino and takes it to the Granary and leaves it in new life. Yeah, the fountain, And so similarly, so that man goes to a window and picks up this thing. So things go and come back. They keep,
Yes.
and we call it different names, and because they are occurring in different situations and contexts. So, okay, yeah. That's all.
Yeah. Kaliwa, which one? You see, that one comes naturally to me. So, but I have too many actually.
I told you,
I just say.
We are new.
I know there's just a collection of.
That's nice.
We did some project with that time we were doing the music that was playing. It takes me there, but also of course this can be thinking about the 1960s.
Basuda is the ultimate. So if you want to say who, I mean, like Uganda's greatest, it has to be Basuda.
It's okay, but
Buffalo is okay, but
Basuda was up there.
the wheat, the layers.
Because they were in
Yeah,
they were going
that
to
has
Mexico,
overcome.
Yes.
Kasonzo was
Yeah.
not.
You
was
don't
okay.
listen to Basuda. You listen to Basuda and
Basuda is
listen
amazing.
many times. Just listen to one song and listen to it many times. You will see why. It's great.
From the same era.
Yeah.
Yeah. They started together. The other
Still
one.
Basuda.
Oh,
I love cafe.
Yeah, that cafe became more popular.
Yeah.
But Basuda,
I think this is, you have two competing musicians. They work together. But you see, if you have a big muvule,
Yes.
very little goes underneath. When the muvule Basuda died, then Kafiro was able to rise up. But in the presence of Basuda, Kafiro was
Actually, Basuda was big.
Yeah.
I remember. Bananga, mja kuhusu ni wa mzee. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for bringing me on to this, and I'd like to continue. Yes, I did.
How you like, throw my cow.